rise, court is in session.
You may be seated. Versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. Okay, it's been brought to my attention, and I've seen that the media has been doing
Do you want our appearances? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Corey Newman on behalf of the people.
Mark Curtis, honored to be here on behalf of Officer Burke, 59274.
Jerry Faber, P67547, also on behalf of Officer Burke.
All right, the media has been doing interviews, particularly with the Feiger Law Firm, right out there. And by the way, my jurors are free to go put money in their meters, free to go have fresh air or cigarette breaks, whatever you want to call it. I do not care for my trial being influenced, potentially mistried, because the media needs to be involved. Either side. I don't care. I don't want anyone doing interviews where my jurors can be on this property. I can't control you talking to the media. I suppose I could if I needed to. I don't want it on the court property. It's not appropriate. So I'm ordering that it not be done on the court property. With that, I think we can bring the jurors in.
Oh, Your Honor, we just had this stipulation real quick.
Oh, right. Would you want to do that in front of the jury?
I was going to, and we had talked about possibly doing it in front of the jury when we do the identification of the victim.
That's
Okay,
fine.
that's
We can
fine.
do it that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you want to do it now and then you can just bring it up then?
For the record, there is a stipulation that on the day of the offense, Cedric Hayden Jr.'s driver's license was suspended, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. Bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, good morning, welcome back. You may be seated. Okay, we were in the middle of testimony of Officer Rodolfo. I'm going to swear you in since it's a new day. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. You're under oath and state your name again for the record.
Officer Michael Rodolfo.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Rodolfo.
Good morning.
So I'd like to resume your testimony and talk a little bit about the call signs.
Okay.
People's Exhibits 1A through K. There's a lot of radio dialogue involving call signs.
Correct.
So what was your call sign that evening or that early morning of September 30th, 2024?
David 40.
David 40. And that's a call sign?
Correct.
And that was Officer Burke and yourself?
Yes.
Who is Henry 50?
I believe it should have been Officer Napoli and Pisecki.
What about Adam 40, if you recall?
Officer Kamel and Dixon.
Officer Dixon and Kamel?
Correct.
And then you had one-man vehicles, which also would include an FTO, right? That would be considered a one-man vehicle as well, correct? David 11.
Officer Anise and Officer Burrell.
And so the FTO in that case would be Officer Burrell.
Correct.
And then Charlie 11.
I don't remember.
Okay. I believe those were and the call signs, those have particular areas of patrol?
Correct.
Is that the same every shift, or is that part of the briefing?
It's part of the briefing.
Okay. And you testified that you're very handy with the computer, like a forte of yours.
Correct.
Are you able to see on your in-car computer the locations of other patrol units?
Yes.
And was that one of the things that you were looking at as you're responding to this flock hit?
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that at the time of the first, but certainly the second flock hit, you were the closest unit to the suspect vehicle?
Correct.
I'm going to queue up Defense Exhibit A if we could. And then directing your attention to Exhibit A before I play the exhibit. 4:56 and 00. So right on the minute is the first flock hit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you responding from the flock hit or the dispatch traffic 37 seconds later?
Flock hit.
Okay, so in real time, the same time that dispatch gets a flock hit, you're getting the flock hit, and you were aware of it from the flock hit, not just the dispatch traffic. Is that correct?
Correct.
There was also a question, just directing your attention to the screen before we hit play. There were questions about Lincoln High School, and I think you said that maybe all three levels of grades were there.
Correct.
Do you see the area of Lincoln High School on the map there?
Yes.
Can you stand up and point to it, please?
Absolutely. This area here.
All right, so, and you're referring to the bottom left quarter of the exhibit before we hit play, and I think you can see maybe a sports field and things of that nature?
Yes.
All right, and then what street is directly north of the Lincoln school system?
This is all of 9 Mile.
All of 9 Mile. Okay. And I think it was your testimony that when the first flock hit came out, you were basically near the school area on patrol.
Correct.
Okay. All right. If we can hit play. We can pause it there. Stopping it at 4:56 and 30. The blue dot is your vehicle location, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's basically directly north of the school?
Correct.
What's your speed limit there? Or what's the speed limit on 9 Mile there?
I believe there is 45,
And then what is your speed at that time?
39
39
miles an hour.
miles an hour. Okay. All right. We can continue to play this. And stop it there. Now, you're increasing speed at this time, correct? Is that the result of the flock information that you were receiving and researching at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can hit play. All right, pause it there. Now at 4:57:27, you're basically where?
That is Grossbeck right here, and 9 miles.
Grossbeck and 9 Mile? You're basically at that intersection when the second flock hit.
Correct.
And you became aware of that in real time, correct?
Yes.
You obviously don't know you can't see the vehicle at this time, correct?
Correct.
But can you estimate how far away you were?
Quarter mile.
And now, for the sake of the graphic there, the circle is the Jeep location and the arrow is the direction of travel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're given the information about direction of travel in real time as well?
Correct.
Okay, you can please return to your seat, officer. So there's been discussions about trying to get to a vehicle before it gets into Detroit, to get to below south of 8 Mile.
Correct.
Is that a concern with you and members of your department?
Yes.
Why is that?
We're told we are not allowed to initiate a pursuit or traffic stops south of 8 Mile in Detroit.
And what do you mean by initiate a pursuit?
If we get behind the car, but we're already south of 8 Mile, and then we verify that it is a stolen car or the car that we're going after, we cannot pursue them. We have to just let them go.
Because your department policy defines pursuit. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
It's not a pursuit until and unless the target vehicle or the suspect vehicle is actively trying to evade.
All right. You gotta put it in form of question. I move to sustain that objection.
Officer, do you know your department policy definition of pursuit?
Not word for word, but
Would a look at your procedure and policy manual 24-31 refresh your memory as to that?
of course.
We have a record of election showing prosecution. The policy manual that he's referring to the entire trial. Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
If you could read to yourself the highlighted portion and the underlined portion.
Yep.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
So what are the elements, according to your department policy, that constitute the definition of pursuit?
The target vehicle or suspect vehicle has to actively attempt to escape apprehension or
Okay.
evade apprehension.
Attempting to avoid apprehension, correct? All right. Is that occurring at this time?
No,
You can't see the vehicle.
no,
So if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, if the exact same situation that's occurring north of 8 Mile right now, if that were to continue south of 8 Mile, your department does not want you to pursue.
correct.
And that's the reason for the haste to get to this vehicle before 8 Mile.
Yes.
Officer, you testified about some fairly significant injuries that you received
Yes.
as a result of this collision.
Yes.
If you had the opportunity to ride with Officer Burke again, would you do so?
But tomorrow. Today.
One moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. I have no further questions.
I do have one question, might need others. Were the police car headlights on?
Yes.
Anything based on that? No.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Second. Okay. Officer Rodolfo, back on that particular date, and obviously you've had a chance to review the Defendant's Exhibit A and the in-car camera was also a part of that exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about that to start, and I'm going to put up the People's Exhibit. It is People's Exhibit 13, which is the in-car video. Oh, I think we need to switch it over. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we didn't switch it over yet.
The cord plugged in?
Yep. And today.
I rechecked the connections. There we go.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pull up People's Exhibit 13. for the record, you can see that this is the beginning of the video, correct? The very beginning of the video?
Correct.
All right. Counter for the video is set at 0, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what time is it on the timestamp of the video at the very beginning of the video?
4:56 a.m.
Okay. And how many seconds?
17.
All right. And so that would have been 17 seconds approximately after the original flock hit at 4:56:00 exactly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, you are heading what direction?
This is east.
Okay. On 9 Mile Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. You can start it. Stop it, please. Okay. Now you've driven a short distance at this point, and what time is it now at this point that we've paused it?
4:56 and 33 seconds.
33 seconds, okay. And you're going how fast at that point?
44 miles an hour.
Okay. Again, still on eastbound 9 Mile, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe for me that roadway? It looks like is only one lane at that point, and why is that?
I believe there was construction.
Okay, so you're in a construction zone at that point? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, you had gotten the original flock hit. You said you were relying on the flock hit that came through, was it through your computer in your scout car?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, how do you become aware when you're in your scout car of a flock hit
There's
on your computer?
There's a audible chime, and then also it comes to the front of the screen.
Okay, all right. So when you begin your shift, you have to sign in to flock and things of that nature on
Yes.
the computer?
Yes.
Okay. Each shift you have to do that?
Yes.
And so are you obviously familiar with that chime that you hear through the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it you're familiar with that chime?
Whenever we hear it, it's quite startling.
You hear it a lot during your shifts, correct?
Enough to know what it is. Yes.
Okay. And so you get, in this case, did you get a chime through your computer?
Correct.
All right. And what time was that at?
The 4:56.
Okay, right at 4:56?
Correct.
Okay. All right. If you can continue just for a couple seconds here. Okay, I want to stop it right there. Okay. And we stopped it at what time now?
4:56 and 37 seconds.
Okay. And what did your speed jump to at this point?
68 miles an hour.
Okay. You can play it. Stop it right there, please. All right. And what does the timestamp indicate now?
4:56 and 45 seconds.
All right. And what is your speed at that point?
97.
Okay. And are you still in that construction zone at that point?
Yes.
Okay. What time was the dispatch over the radio for the flock hit?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you heard that, would that up to fresh your memory?
Yes.
That dispatch?
September 30, 2024, 4:56 6:37 a.m. Fuel for a block hit for a stolen vehicle. The black Jeep Grand Cherokee, Schoenherr and 10 Mile. Southbound Schoenherr from 10 Mile. License plate is 2 Paul Robert Nora 96. Again, on the black Jeep Cherokee, end of view all.
You heard the dispatch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what time was that dispatch at?
4:56, and I believe it was 37 seconds.
37 seconds, okay, correct. And for the record, that was Exhibit 1A, so it's clear.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, at that point, you're going down eastbound 9 Mile. I want to get back to the video. Left off right at 4:56:45. And what I want to do is play it from this point. That point, what time is it now, sir?
4:56 and 56 seconds.
Okay, all right, and that speed at that point?
102.
All right. Right. Stopping it at 4:57 and 13 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what is your speed at that point?
86.
All right, at 86 miles per hour. And at that point, did you see were there multiple cars that passed by you going the opposite direction at that point?
A couple, yes.
Okay, all right. And do you know why you were slowing down at that point?
I do not.
Time. Okay. Yep. All right. A couple more seconds. Sorry. Okay. Stopped it at what time now?
4:57 and 27 seconds.
Okay. And was that the time of the second flock hit, if you will, updating the location of that vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the location of the vehicle at that point?
Southbound Schoenherr at Grossbeck.
Grossbeck, okay. And at this time where you're at, where are you?
9 Mile Grossbeck.
9 Mile in Grossbeck, okay. You're approaching that intersection?
Correct.
All right. So that's where you were as you were getting that second dispatch?
Yes.
All right. And that was the time of the actual flock hit as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that one came out almost immediately in your computer system as well as over the dispatch?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Continue. Stop it right there. We're stopped at 4:57:50, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that point here, the entire time you were going down 9 Mile, did you ever have your lights and sirens on?
No,
Lights or sirens?
just our headlights.
Just your headlights, okay. And at that point, when you're going down 9 Mile Road at over 100 miles per hour at points, were you anywhere near the vicinity of that stolen vehicle? Because you knew where it was hitting on the flock camera, correct?
Correct.
There was no point on 8 Mile Road where that vehicle, was there any point on 9 Mile Road where that vehicle could have seen your vehicle?
No.
No. Right. So was there any reason you couldn't have turned your lights on at that point?
No.
All right, so you're at the intersection of, Schoenherr and 9 Mile at this point, correct?
Correct.
What direction did you just turn?
Southbound.
So I'm going to stop it at 4:58:05, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see in the video what is passing by in the opposite direction.
Reddish SUV.
Okay. All right. And obviously that vehicle passed right by you, so you know that that is not the stolen vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and which way did you just turn now?
Northbound.
Okay, and which direction did you just turn there?
Southbound.
Okay, so now you're back southbound, and what is the time at that point?
4:58 and 32 seconds.
And that intersection you had just gone through, that was still the intersection of Schoenherr and 9 Mile, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to stop it here at 4:58:52. Can you tell me where are you at this point?
Just north of Topher.
Just north of Tilford.
Schoenherr.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, is that, what is that?
Gas station.
Okay. Was that the Marathon gas station?
Correct.
Okay. And we've watched video already with you from that gas station, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you get to Topher and you're proceeding down Schoenherr, how far do you get down Schoenherr before the collision occurs?
That's about a half mile.
Okay. All right. You testified that in your system, you are able to see where your other colleagues that are on duty are located?
Correct.
Okay. And when these original flock kits came out, when the original flock kit came out, where was Anise and Burrell?
I don't recall.
Okay. You remember their call sign, though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you came to after the crash, do you remember who the first person you saw was?
Officer Burrell.
Burrell. Okay. You were asked some questions first thing today about call signs for your colleagues that day.
Correct.
When you start your shift and go to roll call, is that when you are assigned your call sign?
Correct.
Okay. And so each day that you go to roll call, come on duty, your call sign can be different, correct?
Yes.
Because what is your call sign based on? Is it based on the area you're patrolling?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And so you remember from 2 years ago every call sign of your colleagues from that day?
Objection, argumentative.
Do you remember?
Thank
Do you
you.
remember?
Rephrase.
Do you remember every call sign of your colleagues that were on duty from 2 years ago?
A few.
Okay. All right. You indicated that you've just testified that from Topher to Prospect is approximately a half a mile.
Oh, from Topher to Prospect? No.
Correct. From the Topher to the point of impact.
2-3 blocks maybe.
Okay. All right. When you testified yesterday and you were initially shown Defense Exhibit A, had you previously reviewed that exhibit prior to your testimony?
Once.
Okay. And who was that with?
The defense counsel.
Okay. Was Officer Burke there?
No.
One second, Your Honor. You've testified that, per your department policy, you are not allowed to initiate you're not allowed to initiate a stop of a vehicle once you've crossed over 8 Mile into Detroit?
A traffic stop, if they made a civil infraction in our city, we can, but if they flee from us, we can't pursue it.
Okay.
South of 8 Mile.
All right. And so once you get over 8 Mile, you are in the city of Detroit, correct?
Correct.
Will you oftentimes contact the city of Detroit and ask for their assistance to stop a vehicle?
I don't think we ever have, really.
Let me ask you, if a vehicle have interest in goes into Detroit, are you able to, though, contact Detroit in certain circumstances and ask for their assistance?
Our dispatch can.
Yeah. And so that would be something that obviously you would be communicating with dispatch about that location of the vehicle.
Objection leading.
Well, would you be communicating?
Thank you.
Would you be communicating with dispatch about the location of that vehicle so that they're able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
No.
All right. Officer Rodolfo, are you still friends with Officer Burke?
Yes.
And how often do you speak with Officer Burke?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance?
Judge, I think it goes to his credibility as a witness and his relationship to the defendant.
I'm not for sure. I mean, we could speak, but
Okay. Do you socialize with him still?
I will, yes.
Okay. All right. Since this crash, have you?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further, Your Honor?
Officer Rodolfo, you've been named as a victim by the prosecutor's office
Correct.
for count 3 of the information.
Correct.
The prosecutor called you as a witness in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Presumably to prove something to the jury.
Correct.
You read and signed your office policies regarding the activation of emergency lights and siren, correct?
Yes.
And you, either one of you in the patrol car, Officer Burke or yourself, either of you have the ability to turn on the lights and siren, correct?
Yes.
Based on your knowledge of your own policies and procedures, you had the ability, if you thought it was appropriate, to turn on and activate your lights.
Correct.
Okay. And you chose not to.
Correct.
And was there any activity during the entire incident leading up to this collision that you were observing, that you were aware of, that you believed was in violation of your policy?
No.
Nothing present.
Anything based on that?
Sorry, 1 second, Judge. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. You're the next witness.
Just give me a bunch of sort of-
Sure.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, be seated. Your next witness.
Thank you, I'm Dr. Weiser.
Okay, the witness stand is over here. Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. Be sure to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so be God.
I do.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name for me.
All right.
Go ahead.
Dr. Cynthia Beiser, Cynthia Beisser.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Dr. Beiser?
Yes.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
Good, good. Thank you for
Good.
being here. Dr. Beiser, can you tell us what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm currently a part-time deputy medical examiner for the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right. That's a lot of information already, so let's break that down a little bit. What is the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office?
What is it?
Yeah. What is the function of that office?
Oh, the function of the medical examiner's office is to investigate deaths which come under its jurisdiction, which would be those, first of all, natural deaths in which there's no physician to take care of the death certificate or no family to take care of the decedent. That would be the responsibility of the medical examiner. Also, we investigate deaths which are not natural, and those could be anything from drug abusers to traffic accidents to homicides of all sorts. Anything which is considered unnatural would come under our jurisdiction, and we would investigate.
Thank you. And what is a forensic pathologist?
First of all, a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor. I went to medical school just like any physician. I chose to specialize in pathology, which is broadly the study of disease. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology in which we are trained to do autopsies, not just on those who died of natural disease, but also who died of traumas of all sorts. So we are specially trained to do trauma pathology.
All right. Thank you. And you indicated, obviously, that you went to school for this particular field. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell us, in terms of your education, if you can go back to your initial education in this particular area, can you tell the jury what your education in this particular area is?
First of all, I graduated from Spring Hill College, which is located in Mobile, Alabama. I graduated in 1982 with the Bachelor of Science degree, majoring in both biology and in history, and I graduated summa cum laude. After that, I attended the University of Tennessee School of Medicine. I graduated from there in 1986 with the Doctorate of Medicine degree with honors. Following that, I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin, which is located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I completed that in 1990. After that, I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Dade County Medical Examiner's Office, which is located in Miami, Florida. After that, I spent 30 years as a deputy coroner, forensic pathologist at the Lucas County Coroner's Office in Toledo, Ohio. I retired from there after 30 years in 2021. After that, I got this part-time position that I now hold.
All right. And so, working in this part-time position, do you reside in another state at this point in time?
I do. I live in Toledo.
You still live down in Toledo where you worked for 30 years?
Yes.
Plus? Okay. All right. And besides your education, let's talk about, obviously, the schooling, you indicated you did a fellowship in Dade County. Can you tell the jury what is that? What does that entail?
A fellowship is a year of specialized training after finishing the residency in general pathology. Just like all subspecialists would go and do some year or years of training in their subspecialties. So I chose forensic pathology, and the fellowship year concentrates only on doing forensics, not doing hospital pathology or anything else in training for what I will be doing for my career.
All right, thank you. Doctor, after your fellowship, you indicated you were a forensic pathologist for, I'm sorry, was it Lucas County?
Yes,
Okay, and is that where Toledo is located?
yes,
All right, thank you. Have you testified in court before regarding the field of forensic pathology and autopsies?
yes,
And have you been qualified as an expert in court previously as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
yes.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert in this particular area?
Well, I stopped counting after 100, after 30 plus years.
Okay, all right. And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask that the court recognize and qualify the witness as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
We have no objection. I should note for the record that the defense did indicate a willingness to stipulate to cause and manner of death and the doctor's autopsy report.
Okay. I will find her as an expert in forensic pathology.
Thank you. All right, so I want to turn to this particular case a little bit here, but I want to get some background information first. As a forensic pathologist working part-time in Macomb County, can you tell us when you first, I guess, how does it come about that you begin the process of an autopsy and in starting your examination?
Well, first of all, our office gets a call about the death of the person. The investigator takes the information and passes that on to the pathologist, who then decides whether an autopsy or merely an external examination is warranted. If an autopsy is needed, then it's done.
Okay, all right. And what is the purpose of an autopsy?
Well, the purpose of the autopsy is, first of all, to determine the cause of death, also to collect specimens, which may be needed for ancillary testing, for instance, toxicology testing, also to collect evidence if the case warrants that, perhaps retrieving a projectile from a shooting incident, something like that. So it varies depending on what the case is.
All right. And before conducting an autopsy on a deceased individual, do you get any information about the circumstances or police reports or anything of that nature about the death?
Yes, but the investigator takes the original report. He or she collects evidence or collects information from the informant. That may be the hospital, that may be, police officers, whoever is calling in to report the death would give us what information they have.
Okay, all right. And so besides determining the cause of death, do you also have other responsibilities in terms of determining what's known as the manner of death as well?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference between cause of death and manner of death?
The cause of death, as a term, merely indicates that disease or injury which results in the death of the person. Manner of death has to do with circumstances surrounding the death. It's not determined at the autopsy table, but determined by information surrounding the case. And there may be hundreds of causes of death. There are only 5 manners of death.
And let me just, because I got to ask some questions. What you said there's 5 categories of manner of death?
Yes.
Okay. And who determined that there are only 5 categories?
Well, it's something It's on the death certificate, basically.
Okay.
It's determined by whoever set up the death certificate
Okay.
process.
All right. And what are the five, different manners of death?
Natural, accident, homicide, suicide, or indeterminate.
Okay. And those categories of the manner of death, is that something that you determine as the forensic pathologist?
Did I determine the categories? No.
No. Is that part of your duty when conducting an autopsy is to and fill out the death certificate to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
Okay. And when you are trying to determine the manner of death, what information are you using?
Again, we're using the information from the scene and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Okay. Is the manner of death a legal determination of how the deceased died or the circumstances the deceased died under?
It's more a death certification ruling.
Okay.
It's not purely a legal ruling, no.
Okay. All right. When, as you were working with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office, at some point, were you assigned, I guess, the duty of doing an autopsy for an individual by the name of Cedric Hayden Jr.?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, for the record, I would ask at this point, there is a stipulation to admission of People's Exhibit 7, which is a photograph of Cedric Hayden Jr., and the stipulation being that the individual Cedric Hayden Jr. was the driver of the white Dodge Durango, Your Honor.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Submitted.
And so do you recall, when was it that you became involved in your, investigation and autopsy of Cedric Hayden Jr.?
The autopsy was performed on October 1st of 2024.
Okay. And when you conducted the autopsy with regards to Mr. Hayden Jr., tell us, I guess, procedurally, where do you start? What do you do?
Well, an autopsy consists of the external examination and the internal examination. Obviously, we start with the external examination. The body is first of all photographed as received, clothing, nude, whatever that may be. The clothing, the jewelry, anything on the body is recorded, as well as injuries or evidence of natural disease, which may be evident on the body. The body is stripped, cleaned, again, I would look at the body, again, recording anything I may see, in addition to what I call the vital statistics: height, weight, hair color, eye color, that sort of thing.
After determining that, what would you do next?
Then I would proceed with the internal examination, which is the detailed dissection of the internal organs. I'm looking for evidence of disease or evidence of trauma, or if I'm dealing with an infant, I may be looking for congenital birth defects, anything which would help me to come to some conclusion as to the cause of death. Also, during the internal examination, I'm collecting specimens, the blood, the urine, vitreous fluid from the eye, that sort of thing, for ancillary testing if the case warrants that.
Okay, thank you. And so when you conducted the autopsy with regards to Mr. Hayden Jr., did you use the procedures and steps that you just indicated for the jury?
Yes.
All right. And I want to start with the external examination, because that's, you said, where you start, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe for the jury what you found with regards to anything of note with regards to the external examination of Mr. Hayden?
He had evidence of some blunt force injuries.
Okay. And can you describe what evidence there was of blunt force injuries.
He had abrasions and contusions on the head, the chest, abdomen, and the extremities.
Okay. And when you say blunt force injuries, what does that mean?
The blunt force injuries are abrasions, contusions, and lacerations. An abrasion is a scratch or a scrape. It's the scraping off of the upper layer of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. There's no damage to the outer layer of the skin, but the damage occurs underneath. And we are all familiar with bruising. A laceration is a tearing of the skin. It's like a ripping open of the edges of the skin. It's colloquially called a cut, but it's really a blunt force injury, not a sharp force injury.
Okay. And so specifically, you indicated you noted evidence on the outside, the skin of the body, if you will, of blunt force injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the head. Where were those injuries?
They were on the left side of the head, on the lip and inside of the mouth. And of note, there were no fractures, just the external injuries.
Okay. And other than on the head, were there other, you said, signs of blunt force injuries on the body?
Yes.
Okay. And where were those?
There were contusions, bruises on the chest, abdomen, and right thigh.
All right. And any other injuries that you noted with regards to the external part of the body?
There were some injuries on the left arm.
Okay. All right. So after making note of those particular injuries, did you do an internal examination of the body as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing that internal investigation?
Again, to document any evidence of disease or trauma and look for indications of the cause of death.
All right. And so can you describe for the jury, I guess, the process of doing that internal examination?
Well, it involves removing the organs individually and dissecting them. Again, looking for whatever they may be to see.
All right. And so when you conducted the autopsy, the internal examination with regards to Mr. Hayden Jr., can you tell us what did you find?
Well, I found there was a complete transection of the spine and spinal cord between the first and second vertebrae. The head sits on the spine, and the head sits on the first cervical vertebra, and then there are 7 cervical vertebrae in a stack. The spine was totally separated between the 1 and 2 vertebrae, including the spinal cord. So basically the head was separated from the remainder of the body. There was also a laceration in the brain stem, which is at the base of the brain, and this area governs the breathing and heartbeats for the body. It's the command center of the brain for the heartbeat and breathing, and it's now lacerated, meaning it's torn. And there was some blood around this area as well due to these injuries.
Okay, thank you. Moving on from that point, did you also find other internal injuries?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what other injuries did you find?
There were several. There was a fracture of the hyoid bone of the neck, which is where your chin meets your neck. There's a bone in there. It was fractured. There were multiple rib fractures. There was bruising on the lungs and the diaphragm. There were lacerations of the liver and the mesentery of the bowel, and just a little bit of blood in the chest and abdomen, not really very much.
Okay. All right, I want to start with hyoid bone of the neck, is it? Mm-hmm. Okay. And can you describe the injury that you saw with regards to that?
Well, it's fractured. It's a small horseshoe-shaped bone that sits, again, at the base of the chin. And the right horn, the edges of the horseshoe are referred to as horns, and the right horn was fractured.
Okay. And you indicated that there was bruising of the lungs, was it?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important to note, I guess?
Well, individually, maybe not important, but I note the totality of the injuries.
Okay. All right. And you indicated there was a laceration of the liver?
Yes, there were multiple lacerations.
Multiple lacerations, okay. And you said, I think, mesentery of the bowel, was it?
Right.
What does that mean?
Well, a little anatomy class. We're all familiar with the bowel being like a hose. The mesentery is the fatty tissue that connects the bowel to the body, so it doesn't just wander around willy-nilly. It's connected, and that the mesentery holds the bowel in place.
Okay. All right. And so there were lacerations and contusions to that as well?
Yes.
All right. Okay. After doing your internal examination and finding those injuries, were there any other injuries that you noted internally?
No.
Okay. So after doing your internal examination, then what did you do?
Well, after that, I sent off routine toxicology, which we do in cases of traffic incidents.
Okay. All right. And when you collect samples for toxicology purposes to send off, what type of samples do you take?
We normally take blood from the heart and from the femoral vein, which is the vein that goes into the thigh from the abdomen. It's really in the inguinal region, the groin area. We collect from there. We also take the vitreous fluid from the eyes, and we take urine directly from the bladder.
Okay. And are all of those samples then sent to a lab at some point?
No, we retain some of them.
Okay. Do you know in this particular case which sample would have been sent to a lab? I see you're referring to a report. Would that help to refresh your memory?
Yes, I'm referring to the toxicology report, which states that we sent femoral blood.
Femoral blood, okay. And so that would be, I'm sorry, again, from where?
It's from the one of the femoral veins, which are basically in the groin region.
Okay, all right. And are you familiar with, well, let me ask you, when you take a blood sample from different areas of the body, are there areas of the body that would be better to take blood from to determine toxicology versus other areas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what that is?
Oh, well, there are certain drugs that when you're taking them will be absorbed into the tissues of your body, like the fat or the muscle tissue. And then after death, when those tissues break down, those drugs can leach back into the vessels and artificially raise the level of the drug in the sample, which is why we take it from the femoral vein, because there are no organs or tissues there. It's pretty much an isolated spot, and that blood is deemed to be the least contaminated in the body, as opposed to the heart, which can have that problem leaching out of the heart muscle.
Okay. And when you say drugs, would that include alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then after getting the samples and sending them off to the lab, based on the injuries that you viewed to Mr. Hayden Jr., did you determine the cause of death in this particular case?
Yes.
And what was that?
He died of multiple blunt trauma.
Okay. And in this case, did you at some point also receive toxicology results?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you would include along with your autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And when you after you receive the alcohol testing results back, and do you review those results?
I did.
Okay. And do you do that to include that as part of your autopsy report?
It's part of the overall investigation, yes.
Okay. All right. And once you got the results in this particular case, was there alcohol found in Mr. Hayden's system?
Yes.
Okay. And was that alcohol that was in his system in any way the cause of death?
No.
And what was the alcohol intoxication result that was received?
He had a 0.198% alcohol.
Okay. All right. Once you've obtained all of those results, then do you complete a report
Yes.
for to give all of your findings?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 16. Yeah, sure. I'm going to show you people's proposed exhibit number 16. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a copy of the autopsy report and the toxicology report.
Okay. And you've flipped through it to make sure it's complete? Is that the complete report?
Yes, it is.
Provided? Okay. Thank you. We would move for admission of 16, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. The particular injuries that you viewed in this case, as part of your autopsy and an investigation, did you review police reports with regards to this case?
No, because they were not provided to us.
Okay, all right. Were you aware that this case involved an auto accident, an auto crash?
Yes.
Okay. The type of injuries that you found with regards to Mr. Hayden Jr., would speed be a factor that you would consider in determining the cause of death in this particular case and causing those types of injuries?
Well, not specifically speed. You know, I would say these injuries are consistent with an automobile accident.
Okay.
And, you know, speed is kind of more for the investigator of the accident to determine.
Right.
I can only say.
But I'm not asking you to determine the speed, but
Right.
these types of injuries, would they be consistent with a high-speed traffic accident, crash?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Very briefly. Good morning, Doctor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Two questions, or maybe a little more. What was your determination as to manner of death?
Accident.
And there was a question asked of you by the prosecutor regarding whether the .198. He asked if that was the cause of death, and you said no. If I'm correct, was your answer indicating that that was not a lethal level of alcohol in the system?
Well, to determine a lethal level depends on how tolerant a person is. 0.19 is about 2.5 times the legal limit of 0.08
Correct.
for operating a motor vehicle. So most people could probably tolerate that. But again, if you had someone who never drank anything, they may be in a real problem with that. So I can't really say that.
Okay, but if I understood your testimony, he didn't die of alcohol toxicity.
Oh, no, certainly not.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else based on that?
Just one quick follow-up, Judge. You indicated the manner of death being accident. Can you describe for the jury what does that mean to you in your report and what in your findings?
Oh, generally, accidents are the broadest of the manners. Those are things that happen which may or may not be in control of the person. We generally classify traffic incidents as accidents unless we know that a vehicle was used as a weapon pointed at a person intending to run them down. So there are myriads of accidents, natural disasters, recreational drug abusers, so many types of accidents, falling down the steps at home, something like that. But generally, traffic incidents are considered accidental.
Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Thank you. Your next witness? Sure. Take our lunch break now, and we're going to return at 1:10.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, we're in recess.
Thank you.
242FH. Are we ready?
Yes, people are ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Went to Kobe for witness.
Okay, very good. Let's bring the jury in. You can make your way over here if you'd like. Yeah, yeah, you have to go that way.
On the other side.
Okay. Yeah. And then you'll be able to sit in that chair in a minute. I'll swear you in after the jury gets in. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. Hang on 1 minute, Mr. Newman, who is your next witness?
Yes, the people are calling Dr. Perez.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got it.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, please. You're under oath. State and spell your name for us.
My name is Catherine Perez, Catherine. Last name Perez, Perez.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Perez, can you tell us, what is your occupation?
I'm currently an assistant medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office. I also do part-time work at the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Perez, how long have you been employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office?
With Macomb, approximately a year and a half.
Okay. And with Wayne County?
With Wayne County, almost 3 years.
All right. Were you employed as a medical examiner somewhere prior to Wayne County at all?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Dr. Perez, what do you do as a medical examiner? What is your job?
Broadly, as a medical examiner, I perform medical legal autopsies to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. And as a medical examiner with Wayne County and Macomb County, at some point were you involved with an autopsy of an individual by the name of DeJuan Pettis?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a deceased individual. Do you recall how old that individual was?
33 years old.
All right. I want to get some background information from you before we get into the specifics. But in order to become a medical examiner, do you receive some sort of special education?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us, Doctor, what is your education?
So broadly, after getting a 4-year undergraduate degree, I went to medical school for 4 years, got my medical doctorate. Then I did a residency, which is postdoc training in anatomic and clinical pathology. That's a 4-year residency. And then I did a subspecialty fellowship for 1 year in forensic pathology. And then I was employed in the medical examiner's office.
Okay, thank you. And where did you go for medical school?
I went to medical school at the University of Illinois in Chicago.
Okay. And after medical school, you indicated you did a residency, was it?
Yes,
Okay, and where did you do your residency?
at the University of Michigan.
And after residency, you said you did a fellowship, was it?
Yes.
Okay, and what is a fellowship?
A fellowship is a subspecialized training period.
All right. How long was that training period?
1 year.
All right. And I'm sorry, where did you say you did that at?
I did that at the University of Michigan back when they were partnered with Wayne County. Currently, they are not partnered anymore.
Okay. All right. And besides your education, well, let me ask you, when you do your residency at the University of Michigan, are you specialized in some sort of way?
In residency, I have a medical doctorate, At the end of residency, I did take my board exams in anatomic and clinical pathology.
All right. And can you tell the jury what does that mean, anatomical and clinical pathology?
So broadly, anatomic pathology is the study of disease in organs and tissues, and clinical pathology focuses more on fluids and other ancillary tests like genetics.
Okay. All right. And when you began your fellowship, can you describe for the jury what does that entail? What do you do in a fellowship?
So a fellowship is specialized subspecialty training. I did my fellowship in forensic pathology. As part of the fellowship, I work with the medical examiner's office. We perform up to 250 autopsies, do rotations through many areas related to forensics, including like ballistics or toxicology, in order to get better training to be a forensic pathologist.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, and we've heard some of this already, but a forensic pathologist, is that your specialty at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a specialization of anatomic pathology. So we're the ones who perform medical legal autopsies to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. And when you say you determine cause of death, what do you mean by that?
So broadly, cause of death is the disease or injury that leads to death.
Okay. And what do you mean by manner of death?
Manner of death is a classification of the circumstances surrounding death.
Okay. And are there different categories of manner of death that you use to classify the type of death that it is for the death certificate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
There are 5 manners: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and if one of those can't be determined, indeterminate.
All right. Thank you. Now, after doing your fellowship, you indicated you have worked in the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office for, I think you said 3 years, was it?
Almost 3 years.
All right, okay. And have you, how many autopsies would you say you've performed in the 3 years that you've worked at the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office? Or, not Prosecutor's Office, Medical Examiner's Office?
Probably around 1,500 autopsies.
Okay. All right. And besides your education, when you're doing your fellowship, is that like almost like kind of on the job training, if you will?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you received any honors or awards in the area of forensic pathology?
Not specifically forensic pathology.
All right. In the area of, I guess the doctoral. Well, okay. Strike that. Let me ask this: do you currently teach as well, or not?
Yes. Part of my position at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office is teaching.
Okay. All right. And have you been published in the field at all?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been published with regards to?
So there's some publication in regards to handling COVID deaths. There's also unpublished abstracts and presentations in the areas of certain specialized deaths, including pediatric deaths.
Okay. All right. And have you testified in court and been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. How many times would you say you've testified and been qualified as an expert in this area, Doctor?
Approximately 15 times.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to ask the court to qualify the witness as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
No objection. And Your Honor, for the record, we did indicate to the prosecution our willingness to stipulate the cause and manner of death and the condition of the doctor's autopsy report.
So noted. Okay,
Thank you.
can continue, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before I get into the specifics of this case, I would place for the record, we did stipulate, agreed to stipulate to admission of People's Exhibit Number 8, which is the photograph identifying the individual DeJuan Pettis, who is the subject of the autopsy. In this case, he was the passenger in the white Durango.
Okay, so noted. Exhibit 8 is admitted.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, doctor, in this case, at some point, you've indicated you performed an autopsy on an individual by the name of DeJuan Pettis?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall when that occurred, that autopsy?
The autopsy was performed on October 1st of 2024.
Okay. And if you can, when you first initially, how does it come about that you become involved with an autopsy for a deceased individual?
Broadly, deaths are reported to our office, and if they meet criteria for a medical examiner's office, they'll be brought in for the docket on the next day, and whoever is the docket doctor on that day will perform that autopsy. So in this case, this decedent met the criteria for an autopsy, and it was my day to perform autopsies.
Okay. All right. So when you are, I guess, assigned, if you will, the autopsy for a particular individual, what do you do to begin that process?
So there's standard procedure. Generally, we will start with an external exam, looking at characteristics of the decedent, so hair color, eye color, height, weight, any injuries, signs of disease. And then we'll do an internal exam, starting with that classic Y-shaped incision, opening up the torso, where we will take off the chest plate and look at each organ, again looking for disease, injuries, to help with cause and manner of death. In addition, we'll open up the head, again looking for disease, injury, to help determine cause and manner of death. Photos are usually taken during this process, especially externally, and toxicology is taken. Other ancillary tests can be done depending on the type of case.
Okay. And before beginning the process of your external examination, what information or what resources do you have prior to beginning that process about, the circumstances of the death?
When the death is reported, we ask about the circumstances, again, any injuries, medical history. Sometimes we may or may not know a lot if they come from a hospital. For example, we may not know their position in the car if they're coming from a car accident, or what location they came from. We try to elicit as much as we can from whoever is reporting the death. Sometimes we have a longer medical history, especially if they've been in the hospital for a long time, of any injuries or diseases they might have. It depends on the case.
Okay. All right. And in this particular case, do you recall where the deceased came from?
No, I don't recall the location.
Okay. All right. And so when you then, do you recall, did you have any police reports in this particular case that were provided to you?
No, generally we don't get the police report before starting the autopsy. It's something we get after.
Okay. All right. And so at some point then you indicated that you did do an autopsy, and did you start then with the external examination?
Yes.
All right. And when you completed the external examination of Mr. Pettis, can you tell the jury what you observed during your external examination?
Yes. He had injuries, including abrasions, which are scrapes on the skin, and a contusion, which is a bruise. He had abrasions on his right and left cheek, his left anterior arm. Anterior means forward-facing, and posterior means back-facing. So left anterior arm, left posterior forearm, which is the lower part of the arm. He also had abrasions or scrapes on the left hip, right back, left leg, left anterior or dorsal foot, and then the contusion, which is a bruise and scrape abrasion on the right dorsal foot.
Okay. And so when you are examining the body externally, is there a process that you use, from the head down, the feet up? What process do you use to do that?
Depending on the case, usually head down.
Okay. All right. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
All right. And do you document those, as you're doing the autopsy, do you document those injuries in some way?
Yes,
Okay, how so?
through a diagram, a body diagram.
Okay, all right. You indicated also there are photos that are taken as well.
Yes.
Okay. So after completing the external examination on Mr. Pettis, what did you do?
After the external examination is done, we proceed to the internal examination.
All right. And when you completed the internal examination, what injuries did you find with regards to the internal?
So he had many internal injuries, starting with the head. He had what's called a subdural hematoma.
And what is that?
The dura is a thick fibrous membrane overlying the brain that's underneath the skull. And when there's bleeding underneath that, it's called subdural. So this is bleeding between the brain and that thick fibrous membrane. So he had this on both sides of the top of his head. He also had what's called subarachnoid hemorrhage. So again, overlying the brain is another membrane that's thinner and more translucent. So he had bleeding under that membrane on multiple areas of his brain. He also had lacerations of the brainstem, specifically the area called the medulla, which connects the brain to the spinal cord. He also had a laceration of the cerebellum, which is part of the brain sitting posteriorly or in the back. He had what's called an atlanto-occipital dislocation fracture. So this is dislocation of the spinal cord and column between the bottom of the head and the first cervical vertebra. He also had a hinge fracture. And
What
this
is, and let me ask some questions, okay? What is a hinge fracture?
So this is a fracture at the base of the skull. And in this case, it's from ear to ear at the base of the skull. And you see this best after taking the brain out.
Okay. And what other injuries did you see internally?
In the torso, he had lacerations or tearing of the pericardium. So the pericardium is a fibrous membrane surrounding the heart. He also had lacerations of the spleen, which is a lymphatic organ. He also had lacerations of the mesentery. The mesentery is connective fatty tissue surrounding and protecting your bowels. He also had contusions or internal bruising or bleeding in the tissue of the mesentery, and also contusions of the lungs. He had multiple rib fractures, left, right, front, and back. Also had fractures of the sternum, which is that bone that connects the rib at the front of your chest cavity. He also had a fracture of his lumbar vertebrae. So again, the spinal cord and the lumbar is close to the hips, connecting to the thoracic spine.
Okay, thank you. After conducting and completing the internal examination, what did you do at that point with regards to your autopsy?
So after completing the internal examination, in this case, we didn't need to take ancillary testing or additional dissections for other injuries. The body's generally closed up and then given to the funeral home for the family.
Okay, all right. So upon completing your examination, is part of your duties then as the medical examiner looking at that evidence and determining a cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you determine the cause of death to be in this particular case?
Multiple injuries.
Okay. All right. Would those be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And can you, for just layman terms, define what is a blunt force trauma injury?
Broadly, a blunt force trauma would be like an impact, and this is in comparison to a sharp force injury, which is usually involving some sort of knife or something sharp that can stab or cut, and also in comparison to a firearm injury.
Okay. And so upon determining the cause of death, are you then responsible as the medical examiner to classify the death or the manner of death?
Yes.
All right. And what did you classify the manner of death for with regards to Mr. Pettis?
Accident.
Okay. And when you classify it as an accident, what does that mean?
So broadly, an accident is a non-natural death that happens due to an unplanned or unexpected event.
Okay. All right. And so after completing the autopsy and making your determinations, did you complete a report of some type?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a post-mortem report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask. I'm marking it as people's number 17, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Newman, ask you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm showing you people's proposed exhibit 17. Can you tell me what that is?
So this is my autopsy report and body diagram.
All right. And that is the report that you completed with regards to Mr. Pettis.
Yes.
All right. We would move for admission of 17, Your Honor.
No objection.
He's admitted.
Thank you. Doctor, would the injuries, the internal injuries that you observed in Mr. Pettis's body, would those injuries be consistent with a motor vehicle crash at high speed?
Yes, they would be consistent.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm sorry.
Any other questions for this witness?
Thank you. You may step down. Your next witness?
People are calling.
You can follow. Thank you.
Lieutenant Timothy Kohanek.
Witness stand is over here. Please sit down. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name for us.
It's Timothy Kohanek, Kulhanek.
Thank you. You can go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sir, what is your current occupation?
I am a lieutenant with the police department in Warren, Michigan.
All right. And Lieutenant Kohanek, how long have you been a police officer?
23 and a half years?
All right. And has that been all with Warren Police Department?
Yes, it has.
All right. Lieutenant Kohanek, what position currently do you, or what duties do you currently have as a lieutenant?
I'm currently in charge of the Internal Affairs Division.
Okay. And I want to take you back to around September 29th, 30th of 2024. Do you recall, obviously, an incident that occurred back on that date that brings you here?
I do.
Okay. Back on that particular date, what were your duties with the Warren Police Department?
I was a patrol sergeant assigned to the Midnight's patrol shift.
Okay. A sergeant for the patrol division?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the, I guess, job responsibilities and duties of a sergeant with the patrol division?
We're the first line supervisor of the patrol officers.
What does that mean?
Means we do oversight, supervision duties for the patrol officers, making sure that, you know, they're doing their job appropriately. We check reports, we take complaints. There's administrative work as well as on the road work.
Okay. And so are you involved with scheduling officers' shifts, things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so back on that date, September 29th of 2024, do you recall, were you working on that particular night?
I was.
All right. And as the sergeant in the patrol division, I guess when you begin, do you have set hours that you work, a shift, if you will?
Yes, everybody's assigned to an assigned shift.
Okay. And what shift were you working on that particular date?
I was working 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
All right. And so as you're working that shift, when you begin a shift, generally, what is the procedure for you when you get to work?
We conduct a roll call at the beginning of the shift.
All right. And did you conduct a roll call back on that date, September 29th?
I did not conduct that roll call, but I was present for it.
All right. Back on that date, where does the roll call happen? Where does that?
We have what's called an on-duty room inside the police department where we assemble at the beginning of all of our shifts.
Okay. And so would all of the officers that are working that particular shift meet in that particular room?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall who conducted the roll call that particular day?
I believe that particular day was Sergeant Pettis.
Okay. All right. And what does roll call consist of?
Unit assignments, car assignments, equipment assignments. We go over the daily patrol diary. We talk about other happenings within the department and the city.
Okay. You mentioned the daily patrol diary.
That's correct.
Okay. What is that?
It's an electronic diary that lists different things that might be going on. And it might be vacation checks. It could be area checks. It could be on the lookouts for different suspects, things of that nature.
All right. Okay. And that particular patrol diary, does basically everyone in the department have access to add information to that for
Yes.
the officers?
Yes.
All right. So in this particular case, did you, during the roll call, go through any of the items on that particular diary yourself?
No.
No. Okay. Who would have done that?
That would have been Sergeant Pettis who ran the roll call that day.
Okay. All right. And after going through the diary, you indicated, you may just talk about things that had recently happened in the city of Warren, things of that nature?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. When do you recall on that particular date whether there was a specific briefing with regards to an ATM theft crew?
We've been talking about this crew for a week or so. I would venture a guess that we did talk about it that day.
Okay. You don't have a specific recollection
I do
of
not.
that particular date, but you are aware that it was being talked about?
Correct.
Okay. What, and at that time, were you directly involved with that investigation yourself?
I was not.
Okay. Who was handling that investigation?
That would have been handled by our detective bureau.
Okay. All right. So any information about what was going on with that investigation would have come from someone in the detective bureau, most likely?
That's correct.
Okay. When, after roll call, then generally what happens on a shift? What do you do?
It depends on the day. Some days I go out to the road. Some days I handle administrative paperwork before I go out on the road.
Okay.
It varies.
All right. Do you recall what you did on the 29th of September?
Do not.
Okay. All right. At some point in time during that shift, do you recall an incident that occurred that took your attention out to the road?
Yes.
Okay. All right. As you are working as the patrol supervisor at that time, do you have access to the dispatch radio and the transmissions that are happening, things of that nature?
Yes, I'm equipped just like a normal police officer on the
Okay.
road would.
All right. We've seen a lot of officers with the radios on their shoulder. You are usually equipped with one of those?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. And in this particular case, do you recall hearing a dispatch for a flock hit around just before 5 a.m. that morning?
I do.
You do recall that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And what do you recall about that initial flock hit?
It was a flock hit for a stolen vehicle. I believe there were several guns that were in that vehicle at the time it was stolen.
Okay. All right. Was there any information given over the flock, that flock dispatch at that time regarding, any specific suspect information, names, or anything like that?
No, there was nothing like that.
All right. Okay. When you get that flock information, what did you do when you heard the dispatch?
I just continued to monitor the air at that moment, at that time.
Okay.
There was nothing really for me to do, being in the station. I wasn't out searching for it or anything like that.
Okay. And so you just monitored the radio
Correct.
and the dispatch at that point?
That's correct.
All right. Tell us what happened after you had received those dispatches about the flock hit.
I think there were several transmissions about flock, and then immediately after that, not maybe immediately, but they're close to, there was information given out that there was an accident involving a patrol car.
Okay. And so that was something you learned over the dispatch as well?
Yes.
All right. And so what did you do?
I left the police station and responded to the scene.
Okay. Approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene?
Realistically, probably within 5 minutes.
Okay. And tell us, when you came upon the scene, what did you observe?
I observed a patrol car that had heavy accident damage and a white SUV that also had accident damage.
All right. And I assume by the time you got there, were there other officers already at the scene performing different functions?
Yes, there were.
Okay. When you got to the scene, what did you do?
As the patrol supervisor, it's my scene to manage. So I checked on my officers, I checked on the occupants of the other vehicle that was involved, and began to assess the situation.
All right. You indicated that you checked on your officers. What officers would those be?
Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo.
Okay. And so you learned when you got to the scene that those were the officers involved in the crash?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Officer Rodolfo when you arrived at the scene?
He was trapped in his patrol car.
Okay. Were you able to communicate with him at all?
I believe I spoke with him verbally, yes, for a few minutes. Obviously, like I said, not minutes, but a few moments. There were other officers there that were already tending to him, and I can't recall if the fire department was there yet or not.
Okay. All right. At some point, though, you do recall fire being there?
Correct.
And treating Officer Rodolfo. Okay. And where was it that you came into contact with Officer Burke?
He was outside of the scene in the sense of he wasn't in the patrol car. He was up and around the patrol cars.
Okay. All right. And when you came into contact with Officer Burke, can you describe his physical appearance at that point in time?
He was bleeding from his arm, I think in multiple places. He appeared to be in shock to me when I spoke with him.
All right.
His eyes were a little glassed over. His face was a little withdrawn and blank.
Okay.
You could tell that he was experiencing the onset of some shock.
Okay, all right. And so, what did you do when you came into contact with Officer Burke?
I asked him if he, how he was. I addressed his medical needs, and then I made sure we had another officer stand by with him while I tended to the rest of the scene.
All right. And at that point, was Officer Burke taken to like a different area away from that immediate crash scene?
I didn't really have the ability to have him removed from the scene. He was moved to the front of a different patrol car,
Okay.
but he wasn't removed from the scene.
Right. When I say scene, I mean immediately next to the vehicles where Rodolfo were and the
Yeah,
occupants of the Durango.
he was directed towards a different patrol car that was there on scene.
Okay. All right. And at that time when you interacted with Officer Burke, did you speak to him or ask him any questions about what had occurred?
No, I did not.
With specifics with regards to the crash itself?
No.
Okay. All right. So after getting there, talking to Rodolfo and Burke, what did you do?
Like I said, I assessed the rest of the scene. I went over to where the occupants of the other car, I believe CPR was being administered by some of my other officers at the time. I began to coordinate response, vehicle situation to secure the scene.
Okay.
I gave directions to do other things.
All right. And so as the supervisor of this scene, is it important to obviously preserve the scene as much as possible for evidence and things of that nature?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And when you're dealing with a traffic, a motor vehicle crash, what types of things are important to do to try and preserve evidence to, reconstruct that crash and things of that nature?
Try to leave the evidence where it's at, where items are laying.
Sure.
Make sure people aren't coming in and out of the scene. Only those that were necessary to be there to render medical aid.
Okay. All right. And so was that done when you got to the scene and began,
Yes.
directing what to do?
Yes.
All right. And so was that scene preserved for later investigation of the cause of the crash and things of that nature?
That's correct.
Okay. When, after getting there and going through that whole process, what did you do?
Again, it was a lot about scene management,
Right.
and holding that scene. Making obviously once medical had been rendered, and those that needed to go to the hospital were taken to the hospital. It became scene security.
Okay. All right. At some point then, after everyone had been transported to the hospital that was being transported, you had secured the scene. What was done with regards to the investigation once it began?
The investigation was turned over to the Macomb County Sheriff's Office at the request of the acting commissioner at the time, Charles Rushton.
Okay. When you say the acting commissioner, Charles Rushton, you're talking about the acting commissioner of the Warren Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. One second. Thank you, Lieutenant.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Curtis. I don't think we've met.
We have not.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
I know it's been 2 years, but at some point,
Right.
making it from sergeant to lieutenant in 23 years
23 years,
of
yes.
service. That night, you were the sergeant for the shift, correct?
That's correct.
Does that shift have a specific name?
It's the red night shift.
The red night shift.
Correct.
Right. So there's different colors, different day shifts,
Yes.
correct? What was the usual rotation for your shift in regards to time on, time off?
It's 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 3 off. It kind of rotates. It's 7. We work 7 days out of 14.
Okay. So, but it's broken up a little bit,
Yes.
correct?
We work 3-day weekends. The rest of the time is 2 days.
So there are times that during the year you'll go to work at night and leave at night, correct?
Yes.
And did you spend, in your time working at the Warren Police Department, did you work mostly nights or did you rotate from nights, days?
Well, we worked 8 hours back when I was on the road for the most part. So I worked afternoons the majority of my career. Once we moved to 12 hours, I worked days for a little bit, and then I worked nights.
Okay. When you moved to the night shift, was that as part of a promotion to sergeant or was that your choice that you went? I mean, how did that work that you ended back up on nights?
That was a promotion to sergeant.
Okay. And in order to do that, you become the lowest ranking sergeant, and then there's a shift bid where you end up on.
Correct.
And usually when you take the promotion, you're ending up on the night shift, right?
For the most part.
Okay. How long had you been the sergeant on night shift before September 29th?
It was coming up on, say it was 3 years at that point.
Okay. And how long had Officer Burke been on that red night team with you?
A long time, at least 2 years.
Okay. So you're very familiar with him?
I am.
You guys get to know each other, get pretty close.
We're like a family.
Okay. But a family that if somebody's wrong, you're going to make sure it's pointed out and taken care of and
course.
corrected, correct?
We have a duty, yes.
Okay. Now, on this night, let's talk about the briefing. What are patrol hot sheets?
Well, the hot sheet comes out on a weekly, at the time came out on a weekly basis. That was a sheet of information from our intelligence officer that works in the detective bureau that puts that together, puts together a list of all the major crimes that are happening in the various areas throughout the city.
And do you know a person by the name of Detective Villaro?
I do.
And was he a detective at the time back in September 29th of 2024, if you remember?
I believe he may have been either a detective or he was in our special operations unit, but somewhere in that time period.
So he would have, if he was working on an investigation, he would have helped assemble those hot sheets.
Correct.
And is that so if it was on the 30th, if it was the 29th, it would have been prepared previously to that Sunday morning?
I believe they came out on Fridays, so yes, this particular, there would have been one, I believe, on the 27th.
So a hot sheet on the 27th with relevant information over the weekend proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And that hot sheet would have been covered in the briefing?
Not specifically. It may have been referenced just from a supervisory standpoint. We read the diary, and then if there's, again, like I said, something else outstanding, we would bring it to light and say, hey, there's also this going on.
Okay. And I know you said that you couldn't remember the exact conversation or what was said, but one of those things that was brought out and discussed was this ATM crew, correct?
Yes, like I said, we've been talking about the ATM RA crew for a while.
Okay. And was there any, that you recall any specific information on how they were operating and what they were doing?
Specifically, no. I can tell you that we knew they were armed. We knew they were stealing ATMs, using stolen cars. We knew that they were also committing armed robberies and burglaries.
And was information, you were being provided with information that was happening at a certain time of day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was that during your shift?
Yes.
Okay. And it was in a certain area?
It was throughout the county area, but yes, we had it in specific areas in the south end.
Okay. In the city of Warren?
That's correct.
In the south end?
Correct.
What district or patrol area would that have been?
The south end is, how we have it broken up is Adam, Bravo, Charlie, and David area.
Okay. Do you know which assignment, and if you don't understand, it's been a long time, but do you know what call sign in which area that Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo were assigned to?
I would say they were probably David 40. And I say that because when you come to the shift, you get assigned to a car in an area, and for the most part, you're going to work that assigned area.
Why is that?
It's to develop familiarity with that area. So you're working that space consistently. You get to know your constituents, you get to know your businesses, you get to know the area in a whole.
So you begin to, as you're spending time in that area, you get to know where the stop signs are.
Correct.
You get to know where the stoplights are.
That's true.
You get to know as you're working in the night shift when your traffic's heavy, when your traffic's not.
That's correct.
And you know, because you're in the area, when there might be, I'm going to use an old time, but you might know if crime's afoot because it's out of the ordinary in your area.
Yes, you get to know the area enough that you know what something looks out of place.
Okay. Now, you've been an officer for a very long time. I'm going to guess there's been many generations of cruisers that you have probably driven.
Yes, there are.
Okay. Anything from the old Ford Caprice all the way through to the new Tahoes?
That's correct.
On this night, what vehicle were you driving, if you recall?
I would have probably been in an Explorer.
Okay. And is that an Explorer that you can just go buy at the car? If I walked into the car dealership and said I want a police Explorer, am I going to be able to buy that?
No, I believe you have that. But there's what's called the Police Interceptor package, and I think that's directly marketed to police departments.
Okay. Do you know what that Police Interceptor package is?
I have no idea.
Okay. But it's a specially equipped police vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you know if it's pursuit rated?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that is not, you just don't get in that car and then drive it home afterwards, right? You leave it at the department?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's used by other officers?
Yes, it's a rotating pool.
Okay. In your career as a law enforcement officer, have you received training on driving different vehicles?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And was one of those trainings driving the Ford Explorer?
Yes, actually it was.
And did that involve high-speed maneuvers, high-speed how to control the vehicle?
Yes.
And that was the Ford Explorer police pursuit package?
Yes.
The same one that Officer Burke would have been driving that day? Not the same exact car.
Right.
But the
Yes.
same type
Yes,
of
same type of car.
equipment. Okay.
Yes.
And that would be the same car that you drove to the accident scene from
That's
the station,
correct.
And if I heard your testimony correct, you made it from the department to the scene in 5 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
How far, miles-wise, was that?
4 or 5,
Okay.
maybe 6, depending on how the crow flies.
But by roads, it's 4 to
Correct.
5 miles to get there?
Yes.
Okay. And you activated your emergency lights in response to that, correct?
I did.
How was the traffic at that time for you in response?
Light?
You didn't have too many issues, correct?
No.
Did you run into any red lights?
Maybe? I don't recall.
What would be the process that you would handle if you approached a red light while you're driving at high speed?
I would slow my vehicle down to almost a stop. I would obviously check traffic in all directions before I proceeded through the red light.
And as part of your training, or as part of your experience as a law enforcement officer, you worked the road, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct traffic stops?
Many.
And based on those traffic stops, would you activate your emergency lights as soon as you saw a violation?
No.
Like if, okay. Why not?
Well, if you see the traffic, you see the violation, right? You want to make sure you put yourself in a position to safely make that traffic stop. Maybe get some intel on the vehicle that you're going to stop, see who the registered owner is, see if there's any wants or warrants for them, see if there's any officer safety cautions or anything like that, anything that you can get prior to your stop and approach of the vehicle.
If you were trying to catch up to a vehicle, would you activate your emergency lights while you're trying to catch up to it? Let me back up and give you the scenario. Light traffic, middle of between 3 and 5 a.m., and you see a violation and you're trying to catch up to that vehicle and it's a half a mile down the road, are you going to activate your emergency lights?
Probably not.
Why not?
Again, with light to no traffic, I would want to get up closer to the vehicle. One, to be close enough to ascertain the plate, get to some type of descriptive information, and then make sure it was safe for me to stop that vehicle.
And would you have to accelerate and or increase your speed in order to catch up to that vehicle?
Yes, I would.
It's routine for you to have to increase your speed in order to catch up to another vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, on this date, on the 29th, you was talk about the flock hit, okay? There's been discussions of what the flock system is and how it operates. It's a license plate reader, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And they're scattered throughout basically Michigan,
That's correct.
correct? And a stolen vehicle, if it's stolen out of Sterling Heights, will be entered into that lien system, correct?
It can be.
Into the flock system.
Yes.
Okay. And if that plate reader, because the flock system's reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's reading every plate that's driving past that camera, correct?
That is my understanding of the system.
Okay, or it's attempting to.
Correct.
Trying to capture. Now, when flock captures a tagged license plate, does it transmit that solely to your dispatch center at Warren?
No, it'll transmit to the car MDT as well, into the system. If you're signed into it, it'll alert you.
And would it be instantaneous? So it'd be this. Let me rephrase that question. It'd be the same time that it would pop up for the dispatcher as the time it would show up in the
Correct.
cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any delay in that.
No, the system's instant throughout its system itself, like to the different terminals.
And if an officer is sitting in the cruiser operating the computer and a flock hit goes out, they would be notified immediately, correct?
Yes.
And then it's up to the officer whether they open it up and take a look at it and,
Correct.
and go from that point. In your shift, do most of your cars work in two-man teams?
No.
What about Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo on that day of September 29th?
They were working as a two-man, yes.
Did they commonly work as a two-man?
Yes, they did.
Did they commonly work together?
Yes, they did.
Was that at their request?
Yeah, like I said, in the beginning, we do a shift pick every 6 months. And for the most part, our shift had stayed together. Like I said, I was on that shift for just over 3 years. And for the most part, everybody stayed on that shift. So everybody gets to know their personalities and who they'd like to work with. And then at the beginning of each pick, the command staff will go to them and say, who do you want? Where would you like to work? Kind of a wish list type thing. And then we determine where people get assigned.
And Officer Rodolfo and Officer Burke requested to work together?
Yes.
And every 6 months they continue to request to work together?
Yes.
Okay. And that was for the time period that they were working under when they both were on your shift working there?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you know why they asked to work together?
I don't know the specifics, but they both came from the county. I'm sure they were familiar with each other there, and they just kept that familiarity with each other. They know how each other works and operates. They know the ins and outs, what they like to do, how they like to patrol. So I would assume that's why.
In your experience with observing Officer Rodolfo and Officer Burke's working together, who is usually the driver?
I can't answer that one because I'm not in the car with them. My experience has been when you work in a two-man car, you generally rotate day to day.
Okay. But they can choose not to,
That's true.
correct?
Yes.
So if Officer Rodolfo felt that he was better working computer, he could work the computer, and if Burke was better at driving, then Burke could be the driver.
That's correct.
And they could keep that as long as they wanted to.
I know teams or patrol partners that have operated that way, yes.
Okay, for years.
Correct.
I'm going to guess, since you're a lieutenant and now assigned to the IA department, that you're pretty familiar with your department's policies, correct?
I am.
Are you familiar with your policy back on policy number, and I'm old and I left my glasses. Are you familiar with policy 24-31 that was effective July 10th of 2024 in regards to pursuit driving policy?
I am.
Okay. Did you review that policy?
I've reviewed it numerous times.
Okay. Has that policy was in effect at the time of this incident, correct?
If it says it was July 10th of that year, then yes, that's the policy that was in effect.
And do you know why it was the effective date is July 10th of 2024?
Policies go through review annually at our department. Sometimes it's a minor change, sometimes there's no change. But changes do get made. They're a living document, more or less.
They're made to adapt to the procedures and what happens as you're working as a law enforcement team and as a law enforcement officers, correct?
Correct.
Policies can be amended to be more strict. They can be amended to be more liberal, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's an officer's responsibility to understand and know those policies, correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you sit them down and hand it to them and say, you need to read this and watch them read it?
No, it's not operated that way.
Okay. Is the policies, are they put into a computer system?
They are.
And the officers are notified that they need to review those policies, and then how do they acknowledge that they did that?
Through the computer system itself, there's an acknowledgement checkbox. It's a timed timer they put on it for you to read it, to make sure that you're actually reading it. You can't just open it and then close it and pretend that you read it. You have to open it, read it, and then once the timer's run out, you can hit the check box. And then when you check that box and hit submit, it tells you, it gives you a warning that, hey, you're acknowledging that you've read this policy, that you understand this policy, and your signature is in essence going on it.
It's not like the old days where you could just hit fast forward on the VHS
No,
and
you
spin
can't.
through it real quick. You
That's
actually
correct.
have to pay attention.
That's correct.
In the system that was in place at that time, if you're familiar with it, is it one that the officers would be notified that there was this new policy and that they would be required to review it?
We receive updates or emails from that system saying, hey, you have a policy to review, or there's something in this system for you to review. Might not specifically say what is there, just that you have something waiting in your queue.
Okay. So it might be something completely different than an updated policy.
It's a possibility.
And is there a timeline that those individuals have to answer that, to review it? If you know.
At the time, I don't know if there was.
Okay. And how would you would determine that, but they would acknowledge it after going through the timer and reviewing
Correct.
it, and then, but you're not familiar if there was a way to actually verify it?
Correct.
Do you notify them that, hey, there's stuff in, because you're the sergeant that's in charge of the brief, do you notify them that there's new policies?
A roll call, yes. If it's a major policy like change or something like that, yes, we're going to say, hey, there's a change in the policy. This is what it is. Make sure you go into the what's called Power DMS is what the system's called. Go into Power DMS and make sure that you review the policy.
And that would have been said on July 10th, correct? If this policy went into effect
Potentially,
on,
if we were working that day,
then it would have been. And then do you continually remind everyone that they have to go do it?
I know.
Do you check on them to see if they did it?
Me personally, no.
Okay.
At that time, as a sergeant, no.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with 2431, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what it says in regards to what a pursuit means?
A pursuit is it's your initial attempt to stop a car, and if that car accelerates or flees from you or tries to evade you, then your continued pursuit of that vehicle becomes a police pursuit.
Okay. So it doesn't become a police pursuit until you've made contact with the suspect vehicle and activated your emergency lights.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's when a pursuit kicks in.
That's correct.
And that's when the pursuit policy would kick in.
That's correct.
Now, you're familiar? You've been there a long time. I was about to ask you a dumb question.
It's all good.
Where's your border with the city of Warren and Detroit?
8 Mile.
Okay. And where is it? Is Schoenherr on that road that runs down to 8 Mile?
Yes, Schoenherr runs north and south through the city.
Okay. And is there a concern by your department and your officers if they are trying to catch a vehicle and it's heading down towards Detroit?
A concern in what fashion?
Like, if it gets to Detroit, isn't it true that if it crosses the border into Detroit and a pursuit has not been initiated, that officers are discouraged from continuing into Detroit?
Yes.
Isn't it true that the reason for that is because once they enter into Detroit, the officers might not be as familiar with the area as they
Yes.
would be with Warren?
Yes.
And they're putting the officers at risk?
Yes.
And any other individuals, because at that point, they're not as familiar with the roads as they are in Detroit.
That's correct.
Has your department run into issues with the Detroit Police Department not assisting you when you have chased suspects into Detroit?
I wouldn't say not wanting to assist us, but maybe not having the manpower to assist us.
They've just been too busy to help.
Correct.
So it's not, if you have a car fleeing in, well, let's use this. You have a flock hit, with a vehicle that has two weapons reported that are stolen in it, along with the ATM crew information, if that vehicle is fleeing into Detroit or believed to be going to the Detroit area, would that be something that you would want to get and find that vehicle and get in contact with it before it crossed 8 Mile into Detroit?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And so that's because once you get into Detroit, you're not going to initiate a pursuit in Detroit.
That's correct.
I want to talk about the day of this incident.
I just need to check the computer, so we're gonna take a short break.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Just, usually if this is running, everything's fine. You can be seated. I need to check the back. trying to call you. Clock's still on there.
I don't think we're meant to send you. He was talking about the partners.
We'll stop that. We'll start there.
I thought this was shut down. Memorized by heart today.
But I just checked it. I couldn't afford it. Without
So it's safer just to.
we just pulled it up on the computer. It looks like everything.
Yeah, despite those messages, you used to record, you just want to be safe and be sure that you take it.
Yeah, that did not help.
Which didn't pop up.
The video.
It only showed up over there.
Oh. She's all set. She should be good.
All rise, court is back in session.
Back on the record, People versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. You may be seated. Lieutenant Schoenherr, you're still on oath. You may be seated. Oh, no, we need a jury. I guess we can stand.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. All right. Mr. Curtis, you can continue.
Lieutenant, when we left off, I said we were going to start talking about the day of this incident and your arrival on scene, correct?
Correct.
Let me back up for a second. You said that you observed the flak hit come in, correct?
I heard the flak hit.
Through dispatch?
Correct.
Did you hear dispatch say that this was a stolen vehicle out of Sterling Heights?
I knew it was a stolen vehicle. I knew it was in our jurisdiction. I don't recall exactly what jurisdiction it was.
Okay. Do you remember them telling you that take a break and I lose the ability to talk. Did you hear the dispatch in regards to there being weapons in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did that raise your level, if you were out on the road as an officer, would that raise your level of concern in regards to that vehicle?
Yes.
Given the information that you knew about this ATM crew and everything that was happening, would that, as an officer on the road, raise your level of concern also?
Yes, it would.
It almost is the perfect storm of information as far as what you're briefed on and know.
Sustain, please rephrase.
With that information, and if you had the information about the briefing, you're on the road, you have the information about the briefing, the ATMs, the the Durangos and the Jeeps, and then you have the information of the stolen vehicle, the Jeep with weapons in it. Looking at the totality of the circumstances, would that cause you concern as it regards to stopping this vehicle?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And is that because it would be viewed as more of a danger to the community than a regular stolen vehicle?
Yes.
And it would be something that you would hope that your patrolmen, if I'm using the proper term, would actually take seriously and respond to.
Yes.
That would be expected of them.
That's correct.
If you had found out as a sergeant that one of them said, you know what, not worrying about it today, what would that do for you?
That would have bothered me.
It's not what you're hired to do, correct?
That's correct.
If you want to do that, you go become a fireman. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. Now, on this day, you respond to the scene. When you arrive, is Officer Napoli already there?
There were a bunch of officers that were already there. Officer Napoli, I believe, was there.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, you stated under testimony of Mr. Newman that you made observations of Officer Burke's person, correct?
That's correct.
You had known Officer Burke for 2 years plus at that point?
Yes.
Did you like you said, almost like family, so you see each other every day at work, you know each other's behaviors, correct?
Correct.
Was that the Jimmy James Burke that you knew when you walked up on that scene?
No.
Why not?
Like I said, he was in a daze. He wasn't. It was apparent he wasn't fully comprehending everything that was going on. It was kind of like shell shock. You could tell he had been involved in a critical incident. His facial features were withdrawn, his eyes were glazed over, almost as he was trying to figure out what was going on. He was injured from his arm in multiple places. His speech pattern, all that was different from what would be considered normal.
When you say his speech pattern, what do you mean by that? What did you observe in regards to his speech that made you concerned?
It was mumbled. It was kind of incoherent. It wasn't precise talk like we're talking now.
He wasn't making any sense.
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you assign a companion officer to him?
Not specific, but there was, Officer Napoli was there, and I recall multiple times from a distance telling Officer Napoli to stay with him and not let him wander through the scene.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Napoli to take him back to a car?
I may have. I don't recall specifically who I told to have him stay put.
Okay. If you would have told an officer to move or Officer Burke from the scene back to a cruiser, why would you have said that, given your observations of him?
One, to remove him immediately from the immediate scene. Two, to give him a space to try to collect himself, make sure that we can render medical aid safely if necessary. Like I said, he was walking around, so it wasn't like we had to do it right where he was at. The other thing is to pull him away from the scene, to give him that mental break from what just transpired, try to bring him to a space where he was back mentally, cognitively aware of what was going on.
Because at that point in time, you did not believe he was mentally and cognitively aware of what was going on?
No.
Or even what he was saying?
Correct.
Sorry. I'm going to object based on foundation.
I laid the foundation asking how long he had known Officer Burke, how long he had worked with Officer Burke, that he knew Officer Burke's mannerisms, and then he shows up on the scene and is able to base it off of that.
Rule the objection.
After you secured the scene, did you go again and check on Officer Burke?
I don't know if I did or not.
He was removed from the scene by ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Mr. Newman. Thank you.
Lieutenant Kohanek, just so it's clear, because I believe on direct you testified that do you remember what was briefed on that particular day, September 29th?
Like I said, not specifically what was briefed. I
Okay.
do know that we talked
At some point
at
in
some
the
point.
week
We have
prior, at least.
Right. We had been talking about this
Sure.
throughout the entire week, and to say we specifically talked about it that night, I can't say we said it specifically, but it would not be out of the realm of possibilities that we talked about it that night.
Okay. All right. You had indicated that obviously as a police officer, you had been through emergency vehicle training, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was that done by the city of Warren? That emergency vehicle training?
I've been through training through different places, but yes, the city of Warren specifically did provide training.
Okay, so would they bring in someone from outside to do that training, or how does that work?
No, well, it has this last time, but previously we had our own instructors.
Okay, all right. You'd also received training in the police academy when you went through the police academy,
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, all right. And you indicated that you have trained yourself specifically in that Explorer vehicle, correct? All right. When you train in that vehicle, were you training at 100+ miles per hour?
No.
How fast would you train at?
We would probably reach speeds, depending on what the obstacle was at the time, whatever the driving course was, because there's various driving courses. would say we reach speeds around 40 miles an hour.
40 miles per hour, okay. When you were at the station on the morning of September 30th and you responded to the area of Schoenherr and Prospect, were you in a fully marked Explorer?
I was.
And did you have your lights and sirens activated when you responded to that scene?
I did.
And why did you feel the need to activate lights and sirens to respond to that scene?
This was an emergency involving my patrol officers and the citizens in the city.
Right.
Me getting there in a timely fashion.
Right. So that you can supervise what was
Correct.
going on at the scene?
That's what prompted the lights and siren response.
All right. And what is the purpose of having the lights and sirens on?
It allows me the ability to operate that motor vehicle outside the scope of the normal traffic laws.
Okay. And you talked about outside the scope of traffic laws. Are there specific laws that govern how a police officer is able to drive a motor vehicle on the roads?
Yes.
And it defines the exceptions of when you can drive with and without lights. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those are state statutes that govern that. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you activate your lights and sirens as you're responding to that scene, what is the purpose for doing that, though?
To get to that scene as quickly as I can.
Okay. You don't need lights and sirens to drive fast, though, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were there other cars on the road?
There was some light traffic.
Okay. And so, would you have your lights and sirens on to alert the other traffic on the road?
That's correct.
As a police officer, are you considered a public safety officer?
We're a peace officer, yes.
Okay, right. So, is your job as a police officer to make sure that the public is safe?
Yes.
Would you consider that a police officer's number one priority?
Yes.
If a police officer, a situation like this where there has been a flock hit on a stolen vehicle is reported out over dispatch. If a police officer in the area is not able to catch up to that vehicle or apprehend that person, are there any consequences for that officer?
No.
With the department?
No.
No. Okay. One second.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Recross.
Thank you. Let's piggyback off that question. If the officer's unit is free and they're on patrol in that area that the flock hit is, that's their district to patrol, correct?
Correct.
And they are free. And this flock hit, with the information that was talked about at briefing and the information in this flock hit, would you expect that unit to respond to that flock hit?
Yes, I would.
So if it's in their area and they're free, they should be on their way to that.
That's correct.
If you found out down the road that they had not, and they just decided that they were just going to keep hanging where they were, would you have been happy as a supervisor with that?
I would not have.
They actually probably would have gotten in trouble with you in regards to that, correct?
We would have had a discussion as to why they didn't find the need to look for the vehicle.
Okay. Because Mr. Newman asked you, is that your number one job is to protect the public, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't also, let's call it 1A, to prevent crime,
Absolutely.
to investigate crime,
Yes, it is.
to catch criminals,
Yes, it is.
to keep the public safe from criminals?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It's not simply as a police officer to go around and pull over speeders because they're driving too fast that day.
No, we expect our officers to be proactive, looking for crime afoot at the time to stop it before it occurs.
Okay. So you use the word proactive. What do you said stop crime before it happens.
Correct.
What do you mean, let's go a little bit more. What do you mean by proactive? What would you expect in this situation as far as the briefing and a flock hit for that officer to have done with that information?
I would have expected my officers to be in their area, looking for that vehicle, making sure that our businesses weren't being broken into, they weren't being robbed, our citizens weren't being put in danger.
And if they believed that they saw that vehicle, what should they have done?
Try to catch up to that vehicle, try to stop that vehicle, try to stop any potential crime from occurring.
And in order to catch up to that vehicle, they would so they're trying to catch up to a suspect vehicle. They see it, and they're trying to get to it. Should they activate their emergency lights in this situation to catch up to that vehicle?
Depends on the situation. In this situation, for officer safety purpose, I wouldn't have turned my lights on. I would have tried to have gotten there. The people that we're trying to catch up to may not know I'm there, and giving them the heads up that I'm here could potentially set me up for an ambush situation or put myself or other citizens in danger in some other capacity.
Now, Mr. Newman asked you about training that you received in regards to operating vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Emergency motor vehicles?
Correct.
And you said that you get up to about 40 miles per hour in that training?
That's correct.
Is that a straight distance training, or is that cornering and ability training of your vehicle?
It's in every facet. We do evasive maneuvers as far as lane changes, an evasive change of a lane if something were to come out in front of you. It could be accelerating to a turn and navigating a turn successfully. It could be a serpentine. There's various different obstacle courses that you run when you go through emergency vehicle operations.
And that is an attempt to simulate what would happen out on the road at speeds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're not expected that due to you're only trained at 40 miles an hour that you should only operate your emergency vehicle at 40 miles an hour.
No.
Okay. These vehicles are designed to go fast and accelerate fast,
That's
correct?
true.
And that's part of what they're designed is to assist you in catching those suspects.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions. to follow up on
that. Lieutenant, obviously, I think everybody understands that the job of a police officer is to investigate crimes and try and catch criminals. But as a police officer, is your job to catch the criminals at all costs?
No.
Why not?
We have a duty to the public in general.
Right. And so when you are trying to apprehend someone, are there laws in place specifically for police officers that deal with how they can drive during those types of situations?
Yes, there are laws.
Okay, all right. And I'm not going to get into the specific laws, we'll get into that, but when you're responding or looking for a vehicle, is it the police officer's job to keep the public safe while doing that?
To the best of their ability.
Should a police officer be putting the public safety at risk to locate a stolen vehicle?
I guess it would come down to what you mean by putting them at risk.
Putting their lives at risk.
We shouldn't be putting anybody's lives at risk if we can control that situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Your next witness.
Judge, can we approach this?
Sure. All right, we're gonna take a short break.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, we're in recess.
here. Yep.
All right, we'll bring them in. Officer Roy, you can just wait up here for the light. Actually, did I just demote you?
That's okay.
Sorry.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. And who is your next witness, Mr. Newman?
Yes, Deputy Burke calling Lieutenant Brandon Roy.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, you're under oath. Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Brandon Roy. Spelling the first name is Brandon. Spelling the last name is Roy.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am a lieutenant with the City of Warren Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been a lieutenant, sir?
Just over a year. I was promoted in February of 2025.
Okay. And as a lieutenant with the City of Warren Police Department, are you assigned to a specific responsibility or duty?
I am. I am the Innovation and Technology Lieutenant for the city.
Okay. Innovation and Technology Lieutenant.
Yes.
Okay. And as the Innovation and Technology Lieutenant, what are your job responsibilities?
My responsibility is to maintain the technology products that we have inside the building and also to seek out new and innovative technology that helps us achieve our mission.
All right. And Lieutenant Roy, so as the lieutenant over Innovation and Tech, are you responsible for, I guess, all of the tech in terms of overseeing the in-car camera systems, the body-worn camera systems, and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And would that also include overseeing the flock camera system that the department uses?
Yes.
All right. I want to start with the flock camera system. What is the flock camera system exactly?
Flock is a broader company that has public safety technology. Our relationship with Flock is for their static mounted license plate reader cameras. We have a network of them throughout the city. They are standalone cameras that are powered by solar, batteries on a solar pole, and then they are attached to a camera that has a cell modem in it that takes pictures of license plates and vehicles.
All right. So those cameras, are they stationary cameras?
They are.
Okay. Do they rotate or move or anything, or are they just one direction and that's it?
They are fixed. They face one direction.
Okay. All right. And so are you familiar with where all of these flock cameras are located throughout the city?
Yes,
as
I
the
am.
lieutenant?
Yes, I am.
All right. In this particular case involving Officer Burke, did you become involved in this case just by way of being the technology officer or
Yes.
lieutenant?
Yes, correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the flock notices that were received with regards to this particular case?
I'm aware that there were Flock alerts received. I'm not super familiar with all the nuances of that case.
Specifics of the content of them and
Correct.
things? Okay. All right. And so I want to talk a little bit just so that it's clear when these are these cameras, do they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay, so they're constantly taking photographs of every vehicle that goes by?
Correct.
Okay. Are there situations where a vehicle can drive by but they won't be detected by the flock camera?
Yes.
And what type of situations are those?
Early on in our adoption of Flock, we had issues with batteries in the winter months when we didn't get a lot of sunlight and it got really cold. The batteries would die. Also, in some instances, like a vehicle being obstructed going by a Flock safety camera, it may not capture. So think of like a vehicle next to a semi-truck where the semi-truck passes by and it can't see the vehicle on the other side.
Right, okay. The camera can only take a picture of what it can see, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And so when a flock camera takes a picture of a license plate, can you describe for us technology-wise what happens?
Sure. So it's taking a picture of the whole vehicle, whether or not there's a license plate on it or not. With Flock, the reason why we went with them as a vendor is they also do something called vehicle ID, where it can predict the make and specific characteristics of a vehicle, so we can work backwards to a plate if we had to. If we don't know a plate, we can search a vehicle description opposed to just a plate. If there is a plate on the vehicle, it takes a image of the plate, it predicts the plate state, and then it runs that plate number against a database of known vehicles that it would alert to.
All right. And so this is all a computer that processes all this information, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so when a plate is a picture is taken, if a certain license plate comes back to a stolen vehicle, how long does it take for that information to be relayed? And, well, let me ask you, where does that information get relayed to initially?
So Flock is a web-based platform for us. We access it through a web browser or a mobile app on their city-issued cell phone. Once that alert is identified, it can be delivered to anybody that's logged into the instance, generally about 3 to 10 seconds.
Okay. And after an alert is found through the computer system, it automatically goes out to all the computers, and anyone who's logged in would get some sort of notification of that?
Anyone who's logged in with the specific alert reasons enabled and the cameras enabled. So each
When you
user,
say alert reasons, what do you mean?
Sure. So with Flock Safety, the individual officer can choose which cameras they're receiving alerts from and also what alerting reasons they are receiving. In most cases, it is for NCIC listed vehicles, which is a national law enforcement database where you would see things like stolen vehicles, extradition warrants, things of that nature. So the majority of our Flock alerts are off of NCIC wanted vehicles, and there's certain reasons that it would alert. So missing persons is one, stolen vehicles, wanted persons, people on probation, a number of reasons. So as long as those were all toggled on, the officer would receive that alert.
All right, okay. And in the city of Warren, are you familiar with, and I mean, do they look at what are the most common Flock reasons that a Flock will alert to a vehicle?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. Well, because you listed a lot of different things, you know, stolen vehicles, you know, if there's an abduction or probation violator or a warrant, things of that nature, correct?
Sure.
Okay. When looking at your Flock system in Warren, are you able to see and tell which of those areas receives the most type of Flock hits or alerts?
Yeah, I suppose that would be possible.
Okay. All right. Do you know what they are at this point?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Very good. When so once that alert is sent, you said within 3 to 10 seconds. Where is it? You said it's sent to each computer if they're logged in and toggled to those things, correct?
Yeah, any user that is currently logged in.
All right. And does it go to anyone else besides the officers in their cars that have that set?
It goes to the dispatch center.
Okay. Do all of the stolen vehicles get sent to the dispatch center?
NCIC wanted vehicles would go to the dispatch center, yes.
All right. All right. So at that point, when it gets sent to the dispatch center, and is that sent to the dispatch center within that 3 to 10 second time frame as well?
Yes, and we're assuming ideal circumstances such as a good internet connectivity at the camera where it was able to offload the image, and then good internet connectivity back down to the MDT, the cell phone, the dispatch center. But
All
yes.
right. Okay. And so once the dispatch, well, when a gets sent to the dispatch, how does the dispatch become aware of the flock alert?
It makes an audible tone
Okay.
on their computer that they're monitoring flock on, and then it brings that image up in their alert list.
All right. Obviously, I think our dispatchers, are you familiar with kind of their jobs? Do you deal with them and the technology that they use as well?
Yes.
All right. And so are they doing oftentimes multiple things at a time?
Often, yes.
All right. And so when they receive a flock hit, is it their job to attend to that flock hit immediately?
It's their job to attend to the flock hit in the order of priority of whatever is going on in the dispatch center at that time.
Okay. And so when a flock hit's received by dispatch, it depends on the order of priority as to when they get to it and deal with it and dispatch it out to the officers?
Yeah, sure. If there's something of higher priority, of something of life safety, they may be focusing on that first.
Sure. Okay. All right. So I want to kind of shift then to the flock hit within the police vehicle. When an officer gets a flock hit notification on the computer, how are they notified?
The exact same way as the dispatcher. The instance looks exactly the same. If you're logged in on the web browser from the computer in the car, it looks exactly the same. If they're logged into the Flock app on their phone, it looks a little different, but the functionality is similar.
Okay, very good. And so then at that point, once the officers in the vehicles receive the alert, is there any type of policy or protocol for how officers are supposed to respond when they get a flock hit initially?
If the officer is available and in service, we would expect them to take action on the flock hit.
Right, sure, okay. And that would be whatever action was appropriate pertaining to that flock hit, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay. And so one second. Let me get my train of thought here. So after an officer receives the flock hit, are they then able to go into that system and gather more information about the substance of that hit?
Yes, there is an amount of basic information that comes with it. You get the date, time, location of the scan. You get a photograph of the license plate that was scanned, a photograph of the vehicle in a wider perspective, and then Flock tells you the license plate number that it read and the predicted state of that license plate and the reason for the hit. That is all arrives with the alert.
All right. And do they receive from that information, are they able to determine which direction that vehicle is going from the location where the photograph is taken?
Yes, the direction of the camera is listed on the alert, so they could predict which direction it was going.
Right. So obviously, if a camera is pointed southbound, in the southbound direction, if they're able to get a picture of a license plate, that vehicle must be going southbound.
Yes, unless it made a turn. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And these particular Flock cameras, are they positioned generally at intersections, or are they just at intersections?
No, they're not just at intersections.
Okay. All right. When you, sorry, I'm sorry. One second. All right. Okay. I think. Let me turn to the body-worn camera system. That's also a system that, as part of your job, you are responsible for?
Yes.
All right. The body-worn camera system. Can you explain for the jury how is a body-worn camera activated?
Sure. So we use a company called Axon for our body-worn cameras and our in-car video. We describe it as an ecosystem of devices because they work well together. The body-worn camera is worn on the torso of the officer facing forward, and that body-worn camera is activated in a number of ways. The easiest, most straightforward way is there is a big button on the front of it. If you press it twice, it turns on. If you press and hold it, it turns off.
Okay. And so with that, the officer has the power to turn that camera on and off?
Yes.
All right. Does that body-worn camera system, is it just video or does it include audio as well?
Both.
Okay. When it is activated by the officer, you said pushing the button twice, does that automatically activate both the video and the audio?
Yes, it does. At the moment of activation, if it were a manual activation where they would press the button twice, at that moment you would have video and audio. Our body cameras are also configured to do what's called a 30-second buffer video. So at the moment of activation, there's also a 30-second loop of video previous to that activation that is video without audio that is attached to that video file to provide context as to why it was activated.
Okay. All right. And that buffer video, how does the technology work that buffer, you're able to go back in time basically and get that buffer video?
So the camera is recording that 30-second loop all the time. Whenever it's powered on, it's recording that 30-second loop of video.
Okay. All right. And so when an officer activates that body cam, are they able to mute that camera as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how would an officer do that?
On the current generation of cameras, there are a number of buttons on the one side of the camera. They all do different things, but one of them, if you press and hold it and continue to hold it, it will mute the camera until that button is released. So if the officer is hands off of the camera, they are recording audio. If they're hands onto the camera, pressing and holding that button, they could be muted.
All right. And so an officer would have to, I guess, reach around and put their hand kind of around the camera to hold that button?
They could, as long as they're pressing the button on the side,
okay,
it works.
All right. And after, well, let me ask you this. Other than an officer manually pushing the button twice to activate the camera, are there any other ways that the camera can be activated?
Yes.
How's that?
The camera can be activated by what's called a signal activation. Inside of our patrol vehicles, there is a little clear box that sits in conjunction with the in-car video system. If the patrol vehicle lights are activated to position 2 or 3, so we have a 3-position switch in the car. Position 1 is lights on the rear of the car. Position 2 is all lights, and position 3 is a more attention-grabbing flash pattern on the light bar. If you're in position 2 or 3, your body camera activates with that signal activation that we talked about, and that is a 30-second signal that goes about 50 feet away from the car, and it activates every body cam in proximity to that. In addition, if the officer hits the gun lock button inside of the car, it does the same thing, sends out that signal activation for 30 seconds about 50 feet away. And also with the activation of a taser, it activates all cameras within proximity.
Okay, all right. And once like for instance, if a body-worn camera were to be activated by lights and sirens, you said at settings 2 or 3, would that camera remain on until the officer turns it off, or would it only remain on as long as the lights are on?
It remains on until that recording is terminated.
Okay, all right, okay. I want to show you people's exhibit number 14. And people's equals 14. Okay, so have you had an opportunity to see this video previously?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular body-worn camera video, were you able to determine how that body-worn cam was activated in this case?
Yes.
And how was that?
It was from the event button press.
Okay. So the event button had been pressed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, obviously from just the information that you have available to you, are you able to tell whether Officer Burke manually activated himself, or somehow that button was activated another way?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? Okay. All right. Now, when we started the video, you'll see the video was about, I stopped it at about 33 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said there was a buffer period. How long is that buffer period?
30 seconds.
All right. And during that buffer period, is there any sound that's recorded at that point?
No.
Only after the buffer period does the microphone kick in and start recording?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the in-car system, video system. The vehicle that Officer Burke was operating that particular night, was it equipped with that in-car system?
Yes.
Okay. And is that system the same in all of the Explorers?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jury, in terms of like the setup of what cameras you have and what you're able to record and video and things of that nature in that particular vehicle?
Sure. So the camera manufacturer for the in-car camera system is the same company, different product. It's Axon. The product is Fleet 3. So that comes with a windshield-mounted front-facing camera, as well as a rear seat mounted camera for the prisoner area of the car. The cameras record to an independent DVR, like a hard drive in the trunk of the car, that is hardwired to the ignition and to certain things inside of the car that cause it to activate automatically.
Okay. All right. And is an officer able to activate that in-car camera system manually themselves?
Yes.
All right. And are there circumstances where that in-car camera will activate automatically?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what are those situations?
Similar to the body cam, it will activate if lights position 2 or 3. It will activate for a weapon lock press. It will also activate for a speed threshold activation where the patrol car is traveling a certain predetermined speed, and also for a collision detection.
Okay. And you indicated that at a certain speed, those cameras will automatically turn on?
That's correct.
Okay. And back at the time of this case, back on September 30th of 2024, what was that speed threshold?
90 miles an hour.
Okay. And do you know why it was set at 90 miles per hour?
It was to prevent a bunch of activations on freeways.
Okay. So obviously it would activate a lot if the speed were set too low and you were traveling on the freeway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that was determined to be the threshold was 90 miles per hour?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons.
Okay. What other reasons?
I wasn't present for all the conversations as to why they set that speed, but that was one reason that was cited.
Okay. All right. Very good. Who else was involved in that process? Do you know of setting that threshold?
Police administration at the time, I think the ultimate decision came down to probably Bill Dwyer, former commissioner.
A former commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Now, that threshold speed, are officers aware of that threshold speed?
They are.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant, with regards to this case specifically, were you involved in trying to preserve evidence from this particular vehicle for
Yes.
this case?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your involvement? What did you do?
I traveled to the original scene and I removed the DVR system from the car.
Okay, so at the time of the crash on September 30th, you actually went to the scene yourself?
Yes, several hours after the incident, but yes, I was there.
All right, and the police vehicle was still present at the scene though, and that's when you did that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. When you say you cut out the DVR, the Axon DVR, what did you do with it at that point?
The way that the DVR is configured, it needs to be installed in a vehicle to upload. It uses the cellular modem in the car to upload video, so I had to install it into a different police car.
Okay, so you reinstalled it in order to upload the videos from that system?
That's correct.
Okay. Were those videos then eventually provided to the Macomb County Sheriff's Office as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything further?
Afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Curtis. I represent Officer Burke. I don't think you and I have had the opportunity to meet except just now out in the hallway, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You said a lot of, when they asked you what your job description was, you said a lot of words that I was very impressed that you could say, like get out, keep going with, okay? I get stumbled over that. So is your main, if I understand correctly, your main responsibility in the department is the technology that is used by officers and your department as law enforcement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that includes anything from the computers the dispatchers are using to the, do we still call them MDTs in the cruisers?
Yes.
And what does MDT stand for?
Mobile data terminal, mobile dispatch terminal.
And in the videos that the jury has seen in the cars, those are the computers that are kind of mounted in the center?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when we're saying computers are actually they're described as MDTs?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are those computers routinely checked and routinely made sure that they're syncing up with the service?
They are, so we own the equipment, and then Oakland County Clemens owns the configuration, but we handle the troubleshooting when in event of a problem. So if we're notified of a problem, we go and correct it. I wouldn't say that we necessarily do a regular maintenance on them. We do software updates and things of that nature, but there isn't a regular maintenance schedule to go down and check a computer on a time frame.
Okay. And how do those computers communicate with Central Dispatch or Clemens? Is that a cell network? Is it Wi-Fi? How does it communicate?
It's a cell network. There is a cradle point modem in the trunk of the car.
Okay. And those are just bounce off regular cell signals, correct?
Correct.
And those can drop just like anything else?
Sure.
Okay. But in a city as dense as yours, with your experience, you don't find that to happen very often, do you?
We typically have pretty strong cell coverage, but on occasion, of course, the MDTs do, for whatever reason, drop connectivity. It does happen.
Okay. And how long does it usually take for that connectivity to kick back up?
It varies. It can usually be up to minutes until, or as long as till somebody gets into the car and checks it. But typically, it's a pretty short outage.
And in regards to the computer, the usage, we've thrown a lot of acronyms out. There's LEAN, right, which is the Law Enforcement Information Network.
That's correct.
And NCIC, which is the National Criminal
Information
Center, right?
Yes.
Okay. Those are both programs or databases that the officer can access from that computer?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said CLEMS. What is CLEMS?
CLEMS is a records management suite that now they're a separate authority, but at the time they were part of Oakland County government. It's how we write police reports, issue tickets, impounds, activity logs, jail management. It's how we keep our records in the police department.
And is there also on that computer system an ability to see what they're called CAD notes?
Yes.
What are CAD notes?
CAD notes, CAD refers to computer-aided dispatching. So when you call 911, you speak to a dispatcher, and then they send your complaint out to the road, they are typing up a CAD run. When they send that CAD run to a car and they assign a unit to that run, they get all the information that dispatcher inputted into CAD to their MDT.
Okay. So it isn't necessary that the officer is only getting his information from dispatch.
Correct.
Basically, if I understand correctly, in today's technology, is a dispatcher may actually dispatch them to a call, and then the officer is able to pull that call up, read what it is, without having any further radio communication with dispatch, correct?
Yes.
And they can actually communicate with dispatch and other units on that computer without using the radio.
They can, yes.
Wouldn't it be true that if you relayed all of this information via radio, that it would clog up the radio?
Yes. So in general, when a dispatcher will dispatch a run for service, you'll get the type of run, the address, and then the most pertinent information. They're typically not reading the entire thing. The officer would then reference the CAD notes to get further information.
It's actually, you actually want to keep the radio, the main channel, right? Because if I understand correctly, there's several law enforcement channels. We have the main channel, correct?
Correct.
And then there's usually a lean channel.
That's correct.
And the lean channel is used for officers who might be on traffic stops or suspects to have dispatch run them for wants or warrants without actually tying up the radio to do it. The main priority channel.
In a perfect world, that's how it would go. In practice, unless there's a lot going on, most of that traffic goes over the main dispatch channel. Typically, we are using the lean channel as a secondary dispatch in the event of a major incident is in practice how it gets used.
Okay. But it's also, it'll go over, but they also can use their MDTs in order to check that information, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about we're going to work backwards. Okay. We ended with body cams. Let's talk about body cams and cruiser videos, okay?
Okay.
Who is the company that manufactures the in-car camera systems that you use?
Axon.
Okay. And are they a major player in the law enforcement community in regards to video recording?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And they actually provide you subscribe to a service with them?
Yes.
Okay. And they provide you with evidence database to store stuff, to store videos, everything that you need to connect to these cameras and store them, they help provide, correct?
Yes.
Or they provide you at a cost?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the version of the fleet vehicle cameras that were being used on September 29th of 2024?
Yes.
Which version were you using?
The Fleet 3.
Okay. Which version of Fleet 3?
The software version?
Yes.
That I don't know.
Okay. There are multiple software updates that go into these cameras, correct?
They get regular firmware updates, yes.
It's like your Windows computer. There's software updates that continually change, correct?
That's correct.
So it's like my iPhone. I might have an iPhone 11, but I have an operating system of 28, correct?
Precisely, yes.
And they're working out bugs and they're changing stuff, and that's why they're always integrating it, correct?
Yes.
All right. The in-car video, where is that specifically mounted in the cruiser, in a Ford Explorer cruiser?
It's on the windshield. I couldn't be more specific than that.
Is it suction cup to the windshield?
No, I use an adhesive.
Okay, so it's actually stuck to the windshield?
Yes.
Okay. And how high up is that mounted on the windshield?
Roughly near where the rear view mirror would be.
It's commonly placed behind the rear view mirror, correct, facing outwards?
Yeah, we normally put it on the far side of it towards the passenger side, so you have access to the buttons on the back.
Okay, so it's actually on the passenger side?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Did you review Officer Burke's in-car video?
I did.
Where was that camera placed?
I would assume it's there. I don't specifically recall looking into the car, but that's where we do typically put them.
Okay, so you didn't verify where the camera was?
The actual placement of it?
Correct.
No, I don't believe I did.
Do you think it would be important to know that in regards to what may have been observed by the officers and where they may not have observed?
The camera captures a wide angle panorama through the windshield. You can tell in the video that it's facing forward out of the car.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. The camera is designed to record almost 180 degrees, correct?
Close to.
From pillar to pillar.
Correct.
Correct? And what happens to an image when it is designed to capture, when it's the frame or to the image of what it's capturing when it's stretched that far?
I'm not sure I could say.
If I'm trying to, how familiar? You're familiar with body cams, correct? Or the body cams and the cameras, the
Yes.
fleet cameras, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do they catch let's focus on the in-car. Does it catch everything that an officer observes?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because it's facing only forward.
Okay. And what are officers doing?
They're moving their heads back and forth.
Okay. Does it capture everything as an officer would see it necessarily in front of the cruiser?
No.
Okay. How far do you think it doesn't show what an officer would see at distance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about at night? Would that make it even more difficult for the camera to be able to pick up?
It would certainly capture different than the human eye.
Okay. It's because if the videos we watch, lights blur and nighttime on those cameras, correct?
Correct.
The human eye, hopefully, people driving, don't have blurred vision and are able to see better than what that camera would show, wouldn't it?
In certain circumstances, yeah.
Okay. What circumstance would it not?
Guess you can't give a specific example.
Okay. There is a limitation to what a video camera can show you, correct?
Of course.
Okay. Now, in regards to the in-car, let's talk about the activations. Okay. The speed limit at the time of the target activation on September 29th was at 90 miles an hour, correct?
That's correct.
What's the speed limit on freeways in Michigan?
70.
And it was deemed, according to your information, that they needed to stop triggering it below 90 because you were getting too many activations of officers driving higher than 90 miles an hour on the highway?
I don't know if it was because of activations, but that was one of the reasons cited, yes.
Okay. So bringing it down, that 90, because you're driving 20 miles an hour over the speed limit on the highways and getting those activations, correct?
That was one of those arguments, yes.
Okay. Now, is that something, what's the limit at right now currently?
80 miles an hour.
Okay. How many activations do you get notified of every activation that's over 80 miles an hour?
No, we did for a time, but no, not any longer.
Okay. You used to for a time?
Yes.
How long did that occur?
From October 2024 until recently.
Okay. So recently you've stopped, what's the number at now?
It's still at 80, but the notifications happen through a different system.
Okay. But you were getting a flood of notifications that your officers were driving over 80 miles an hour on a routine basis and getting that trigger that you actually deactivated those notifications?
We transferred them to a different system that does the activation in a different way.
Okay. There were so many that you had to do that.
There were a lot.
Okay. So it's almost fair to say it's routine that your officers are driving over 80 miles an hour on a routine, if not daily basis.
The activation, the emails did happen on a daily basis, yes.
And that would list, like you get an email, would it be separate email for every single one, or just, hey, on this 24-hour period you had this many?
It would be for everyone.
Okay, so you're flooding your inbox.
Yes. It's not, I don't believe it was an email, it was it was called a respond notification. It would notify the watch commander
Okay. So now we've shut that off, so the watch commander isn't getting those notifications the entire time through their shifts?
So it was a really broad notification that you couldn't narrow down. So now patrol administration gets those notifications.
Okay. Now, when the vehicle exceeds 90 miles an hour, is this Bluetooth technology that's inside the car?
It's a combination of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, yes.
And the cameras are supposed to, if I understand the process properly, is that any event, let's just use the in-car camera. If the car exceeds the 90 mile an hour speed limit, anybody that's inside that car that has a active body cam, their body cam should automatically turn on, correct?
Not on a speed activation, no.
Okay. Explain that. Why is that?
The way that Axon has the device configured, speed activations and collision activations do not send the signal alert to activate all devices. It does just the in-car camera systems.
Okay. So it's not as if, let's talk about September 24th of 2000, or September 29th, September 30th of 2024. If Officer Burke has on his body cam, and it is on, but it's in standby mode, that's what we call it, correct? A standby?
Buffer, yeah, but similar.
It's standby. As far as Officer Burke's concerned, it's not recording anything except that buffer, correct?
Correct.
But it's constantly recording in 30-second loops until it's activated.
That's correct.
Okay. Does your department record constantly, or does it do the 30-second buffer dump?
On the body cam?
Correct.
On the body cam, it's the 30-second buffer dump.
Okay. Now, so his body cam might be active, but it doesn't mean that he shut it off if the in-car camera turns on, correct?
For a speed activation, the in-car camera would turn on. It would not activate the body cam.
Okay.
That's correct.
So the video that Mr. Newman showed you of his body cam turning on at the time of the collision, that's not something that he would have known. Let me think how I want to phrase this question. It's not as if he turned his camera off after the in-car camera turned it on.
No.
Okay. It would have activated because of the collision or something hitting it, correct?
In this case, the audit trail from the body cam shows that the event button was pressed.
Okay. So something in the car hit his camera, hit him in the body cam.
The button was pressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So whether he did it, the car did, anything, something hit that button and it goes off, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that sometimes that button gets hit and shuts him off?
Yes, that is a little different now also. If
Okay.
you'd like me to explain.
Yes.
Hold
on. Is it different since Officer Burke's incident, or is it different now?
Different. It would have been active on his body cam at the time.
Okay, then go ahead.
So the Axon Body 4 with that new camera, if the event button is pressed more than twice, and this is a setting that we've set as the Warren Police Department, you hit the button twice to activate the camera. If you hit it more than twice, there is at least the assumption that it could be because of an accidental contact with the body cam. So to avoid a inadvertent and unwanted termination of the video, the body cam requires that you press a button on the side of the camera as well to confirm a video termination.
Okay. So pushing on the front isn't just pushing your single finger, or pushing on that button on the front isn't going to deactivate that camera.
Yeah, if it's been pressed more than 2 times after the activation, it's going to require you to press a button on the side of the camera as well to terminate the video.
Okay. So that's not something it's a conscious thought that you have to do in order to make that operate, correct?
Yes.
Now, the cruiser video, do you know the frame rate that it records at?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I could research it for you.
Okay. But there is a difference in how it doesn't record in real time. Do you know what a bad question on my part? It doesn't record every millisecond of information, correct?
I would imagine not.
Okay. That's a lot of data that you would have to store.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the video tends to supplement in order to create that storage? Is that if the AI recognizes that this is the same image, that it'll just kind of buffer what it's recording and fill in space?
I can't say that definitively. No, I don't know exactly how that works. I just know that it records.
Okay. You just know that you turn it on, it records, and then you see it.
Yes.
But you do acknowledge that that doesn't record every single millisecond as it's going along, correct?
Yes.
And once again, what the officer is perceiving isn't being recorded by the in-car camera.
No, the person that would know the perception of the officer is the officer.
Now, let's talk about body cams.
Okay?
Does your department have a body-worn camera policy?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the policy that was in effect on September 30th of 2024?
Yes.
On that date and time, was that policy in effect as you remember it?
I believe so, yes.
And does that policy, does officers required to wear their body cams and have them on at all times?
No.
Are there exceptions?
Yes.
What are those exceptions per policy?
The exceptions are the initial contact with a child abuse or sexual assault victim, if a supervisor directs you to, or inside of private areas of the station, they're permitted to take it off. If they're having private conversations or just casual contact with the public, they're not required to activate, things of that nature.
Okay. What if it's conversations between officers?
Private conversation in the car,
Private conversation in the car, private conversation outside the car?
that does not have to be recorded.
Okay. And if the body cam is active, does the policy allow them to mute the conversation so it's not recorded?
Under certain circumstances, yes.
Okay. Do you know those circumstances?
Test to me. Yes, I know most of them.
Okay. I'm not going to hold you to it
Sure.
because we don't have it right in front of us, but is one of those if you are having personal conversations between the two officers at that point in time?
If you're having a conversation away from the public between the two officers, you are permitted to mute that. We would call that a deliberative process conversation by the policy.
Okay. And did you review Officer Napoli's body cam?
No, I did not.
Napoli's? You did not?
No.
Okay. If two officers are standing by the rear of a cruiser after a critical incident and they're having a conversation, they would be allowed to mute that button to have that conversation, correct?
Yes, if they're away from the view of the public and they're not interacting with the public, by policy, they would be permitted to mute that conversation.
As soon as an individual officer is no longer engaged in his law enforcement duties, is there a requirement that he continue to wear that body cam?
Like you cleared the scene?
Like, let's use this hypothetical, or let's use this. Officer gets involved in a traffic accident, correct? Body cam's activated. He's then removed from that scene by other officers. Is he required to continue to have his body cam going after he's been removed from that scene?
No, he leaves the scene. He's no longer required.
Okay. So there's nothing wrong or unusual of having a body cam shut off after that point?
That's correct.
Now, the body cam, let's talk about that. We've had testimony that is there a certain place in your department that every officer must wear their body cam?
Needs to be on the front of their body, somewhere above the belt line between the shoulders.
Okay. But they get to choose where they put it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Some of them have them right in the center of their chest?
Yes.
And I think we've seen some that have had them down on the side of their vest carriers?
Yes.
Okay. And does the position of that camera determine what is viewed by the officer?
Absolutely. Well, by the camera.
By the camera?
Yes.
But does it show what the officer is viewing?
No.
Why not?
Because the officer can turn their head side to side. The officer can look up and down. The body camera is strictly showing a forward perspective from the torso of the officer.
And let's talk about the audio recording of this camera. Do you know what version of the body-worn Axon camera you were using on September 30th of 2024?
We're using the Axon Body 4. I don't know the firmware version.
You knew my next question.
Sorry.
Okay. But it also required updates and everything of that nature, correct?
It receives them automatically, yes.
Do you know the frame rate of that operating system for that camera?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Your Honor, my anticipation is that Mr. Newman he's already gone after one witness about him muting his body camera in regards to trying to cover up a conversation. I think it's very relevant for this jury to understand how body cams work and their policies that allow them when they can and cannot use their body cams.
Okay.
The frame rate has nothing to do with
You are getting into something really technical. Is this?
I will move on. That's fine. The body cameras are required to be carried by the officers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you're at the scene, let me rephrase the question. Do these body cams always activate when the signal is sent out by another body cam?
If they are in proximity to the car that activated it. So a body cam can't activate another body cam. But for example, if I'm standing near a car, it's not my car, the car activates everybody's Axon body cam, not just the ones assigned to that car. if that answers your question.
Yes.
Okay.
So everybody that's in that perimeter of that activation will turn on their body cam.
Yes, correct.
And do those officers then have to turn those off physically themselves, the body cams?
Yeah, they would record until deactivated.
So body cams are a tool for
Yes.
law enforcement.
Correct.
But they are not the end-all to be-all as to what an officer witnessed and what an officer perceived.
Certainly.
Same with the in-car videos, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the flock cameras. Flock has become a pretty good tool for law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Is this your crime fighting, a bad word on my part, but your crime fighting abilities?
We have had enormous success with the flock cameras, yes.
And is that in locating stolen vehicles,
Yes.
suspects of armed robberies?
Yes.
And the camera system that you're using on this the flock system, what year is that?
Those are I'm not sure exactly when we put them up. Probably about 2022.
Okay. And you haven't updated the hardware?
So we pay Flock a subscription service, so they come out and they maintain the cameras. They replace them if necessary.
Okay. So you just subscribe to the service that they send you the notifications and allow the system, correct?
Yes, they're solely responsible for the hardware.
Okay. And if this is beyond your scope, feel free to tell me it's beyond your scope. No fault.
Sure.
But once a flock camera is put up, if it's on a 4-lane road, is it capturing, and it's facing southbound, is it capturing both lanes of that 4-lane road?
The information we receive from Flock is that it will capture 2 lanes of traffic.
And you said previously under examination by Mr. Newman that if there's an obstruction or something of that nature, it might not record everything that's on in that lane.
Sure.
Does it capture one or multiple cars at a time?
It can do multiple cars at a time as long as it can see them.
Okay. But that has to be able to see a license plate in order to do it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, tell me the circumstances of when, and I think you covered them, the circumstances of when a flock camera might not pick up a plate.
If it can't see the car, if the car is obstructed by another object, if the camera, the battery died on the camera, camera's not functional.
Okay. What about weather?
Yes, heavy snow, heavy precipitation, that could happen.
Okay. If it's solar powered, correct?
Yes.
If you have a bunch of cloudy days like we have here in Michigan in September timeframe, that's going to affect the battery of the camera?
It can.
Okay. And does it if the battery dies, does the next day, if the sun comes out, it powers back up?
They didn't used to. I believe they have fixed that.
When?
As of when we first got them in 2022, when they would go dead, they would have to replace the entire unit. I don't think we've had that issue since at least 2023, 2024.
2024?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there how does it communicate with Flock, which relays it to you at dispatch?
Cellular modem on the camera.
Okay. So it is a cellular modem transmitting?
Yes.
Okay. And there could be problems with that transmission also, correct?
Yes, there can.
The second that a Flock hit or the camera reads it, Flock determines that it's in the system, that it needs to send an alert. It sends the Flock hit with the time that it took the picture in the direction of the camera, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't take that 3 to 10 seconds that we talked about. It's not going to say, hey, this was taken at 44:56, but it took us 10 seconds to get it to you, correct?
It'll tell you the time that's elapsed since the actual scan. So you know when the scan took place, not when you received it, when the scan took place.
Okay. When the scan took place and where it was sent with direction.
Yes.
And does that information, then would you expect your officers to use their computers in order to verify the information that Flock has put out?
They are required to do that, yes.
They are required to verify, correct?
Yes, they are.
And they just can't go and make stops or go and pull something over without verifying the information they got from Flock, correct?
That's correct. It must be verified.
And does that mean that they have to put physical eyes on that vehicle?
No, not necessarily. It means they need to confirm that the plate that was given to them by Flock is still, in fact, a wanted plate. You have to run that through NCIC or lien.
Okay. And before they initiate a pursuit or initiate a traffic stop, they would want to verify that that plate and vehicle match exactly what the Flock was, correct?
That is correct.
And is it does your department allow your officers to try to catch up to those vehicles in order to verify that information?
Yes.
If there was a stolen vehicle with firearms, as a lieutenant in your department, you would expect your officers to do that, correct?
I would.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Newman.
I don't have any follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Let's take another short break.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Thank you. Jerry.
We're in recess.
I'll follow along.
Be seated. People versus Burke, 2025-2242FH. Let's bring the jury back in. And your next witness is?
Lieutenant Otis.
Oh, he's
I'm sorry,
here. I
Captain
see.
now.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. And your next witness is?
Thank you, Captain Otis.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name, please.
First name Paul, last name common spelling Paul, last name Hodis, H-O-U-T as in Tom, O-S as in Sam.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation, sir?
Police officer for the city of Warren.
All right. And how long have you been a police officer in total, sir?
Total 30 years in a couple of weeks.
Okay, great. Officer, what is your current title?
Captain, I run the Patrol Services Bureau with the Warren Police Department.
All right. And I want to take you back, though, to around the date of, well, let's start with between July 2024, July 1st, 2024, and September 30th of 2024. Were you working in a different capacity for the Warren Police Department at that point?
I was the professional standards captain for the Warren Police Department.
Okay. And as a professional standards captain, would you have been involved in certain policy changes that were occurring at the City of Warren Police Department at that time?
I would have.
All right. And are you familiar with a specific policy 24-31 of the Warren Police Department.
I believe that's our pursuit policy.
The pursuit
Yes.
policy, correct. Okay. All right. You are familiar with that?
Yes.
All right. Back in July of 2024, was there a change or an addition to that pursuit policy that you are aware of and that you were involved with implementing?
Yes.
Okay. And that specific policy, did that have to do with the flock camera system and how officers should respond to a pursuit dealing with a flock camera system?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us, when implementing that particular policy back in July of 2024, ultimately, who decides, yes, we are going to go ahead and implement that policy and then put it out to the officers who are employed with the Warren Police Department?
So just for a little background on that, if I may, I was during that time period, I was the accreditation manager for our police department, and we were going through our reaccreditation. It's a 3-year process we go through, make sure the department complies with or is acting upon industry best standards and practices. So at that time period, I believe early in August, we had our on-site assessment. So we were working with our assessors who noticed something in our policy, and they recommended, because we had flock cameras, we were using flock cameras as an agency, we should have something within our pursuit policy to address how we respond to a flock camera hit.
All right. And the purpose of the policy, well, what is the purpose of having a policy on the flock system with regards to pursuits?
Well,
What's the overall purpose of it?
to give our officers guidelines on how to treat a flock hit or respond to a flock hit.
All right. And then in giving them those guidelines, is that so that officers are acting within the bounds of the law in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. Because ultimately, the statutes of the state of Michigan control what an officer can do or not do, correct?
Your Honor, I'm object to the meeting. This is like the third one.
Sure. Well,
Caution you, just rephrase, please.
sure, right. So when formulating policies, what types of things are you considering?
State law, statutes, also, and again, when getting into, from an accreditation side, looking at best practices. What are other agencies within our industry doing that are working?
Okay, all right. And so when this particular policy came about, who ultimately then approves that policy and implements it?
The policy recommendation is made by myself. I would submit that to our, at the time, Charles Rushton, who was our acting police commissioner, and he makes the ultimate decision on whether to accept the policy change, revision, or maintain what we've been doing. That would be, he's the deciding factor in that.
All right. And so in this particular case, with regards to that pursuit policy 2431, was that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so once that new policy was adopted, and do you recall the date that that policy was, I guess, signed into by Chief Rushton and it was adopted?
I don't remember the date he signed it. I know when it was sent out to our officers,
Okay.
our employees to.
All right. And when was that?
It was July 10th.
Okay. Of 2024?
Yes.
All right. And so once a policy is implemented, it's then disseminated to all the officers. How is that done?
So we have a record management program we use called Power DMS. It's recommended. The DMS stands for Document Management System, and it's the preferred vendor for our the accreditation program that we belong to. And that record management system is there to show if the officers receive the information, dates they signed, when it was reviewed. It allows us to also go back and look at records from the past. Maintains policies and procedures from previous revised copies.
All right. And so have you reviewed some records regards to that Power DMS sending out that particular policy back in July of 2024? That's a good question. I know I kind of flubbed that one. Let me start over again. So, as part of your job and in your position, are you familiar with and have you reviewed documents from that system with regards to officers and whether they have acknowledged that policy or not?
I have seen that, yes.
Okay, all right. And I want to start with the policy. Once it's sent out through that Power DMS system, how is an officer notified specifically that there is a policy that they need to acknowledge and review?
The Power DMS programs set up to send a daily notification to the officer that there is something in their inbox. It may not be specific that it is in this case, pursuit policy, but there is something pending in their inbox that they have to review and sign.
All right. And you said that email is sent out daily once it is sent out from that initial time that they send out the policy?
Yes, from Power DMS to the officer's department.
Okay.
Actually, all employees.
Okay.
Honestly.
All right. And that's sent to like an email system that the officers are responsible for keeping up with?
Yes.
Okay. And how long does an officer have once they've received that policy to acknowledge it in that Power DMS system?
It's either 30 or 60 days. I'm not sure. I thought it was 30 days, but it may be 60 days.
Okay. All right. And you had a chance to review the records with regards to Officer Burke and his acknowledgement of this particular policy?
I have.
Okay. And you recall in your review of those records, in your Power DMS system, does it show that Officer Burke ever acknowledged that particular policy?
I believe the policy was signed on September 11th of 2024.
Okay. Would seeing it help to refresh your memory?
It would.
All right. Just kind of roll up to. All right. Okay. And so.
Yep.
Here's the front page, just so you can see.
Okay.
This column is your. The second to last column, is that your signature time when it was acknowledged?
Yeah, that would be the date and time the policy was signed, and then the last one would be the due date for it.
Okay,
So.
all right. And then if we can just flip to, can you find the pursuit policies and just review that to yourself, please?
Yep. Signed on 7/10 of 24, and it's showing that it was unsigned, and the due date was 9/11 of 2024.
Okay, so just so we're clear,
Yes.
you've had a chance to review that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said something about 7/10 of 24. What does that date mean?
That was the date that the document was published in Power DMS for review.
Okay, to Officer Burke.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, to the entire department. Yes.
Including Officer Burke. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated unsigned. What does that mean?
It means that he did not. It is. I don't know if anyone has this type of system, but basically, the system is set up to force an officer or an employee to read the document, and in the end, they can electronically sign it. And there's usually a time frame. The longer the policy, the longer the time period is. It's used very commonly, and I think in the medical field.
All right, and is that where that 60 to 90 days comes in, or 30 to 90, 30, I think you said 30 to 60 days, correct? Comes in, depending on the policy and what's involved with it, depends on kind of how much time you have?
Yeah, and again, I don't know where that, where the time frame is set. I believe it's done by our...
You're not the person who sets the time?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And then in this particular, for this particular policy, based on your review of the records, do you recall what the deadline was to acknowledge that policy?
Well, according to what I just read, it was September 11th of 2024.
Okay, all right. And so, as of September 11th, 2024, or as of, well, let me ask you this. That was the deadline, and the records indicate it's never been acknowledged. Is that what those records say?
Yeah, at least until the date that
Okay.
when that
All right.
document was received by you.
Okay. And when you, did you also have a chance to review Officer Rodolfo's records as well?
I did.
Okay. And did he acknowledge this pursuit policy at some point as well?
He did.
All right. Do you recall what that date was?
I believe it was almost immediately, within a day or two.
Okay. If you saw it, would that help to refresh your memory as to the exact date?
It would.
Higher. Yep.
It shows.
Okay. You've had a chance to look at that?
Oh, it was actually, it was signed on 4/20. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, there's, it was signed 8/13 of 24. I
August
apologize.
15th of 2024. Second here. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Just 1 minute, Your Honor. If I can.
Sure.
Thank you for your patience, Honor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Captain.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let's talk about the policy that Mr. Newman and you were just talking about.
Okay.
Is policy law?
Law does dictate parts of policy, yes.
Listen to my question carefully. Is policy law?
As in like state law?
Yes. Is it codified by the state legislature and signed by the governor?
It is not.
In fact, the only person who decides whether a policy is implemented or not is the commissioner.
That is correct.
Okay. There's no, besides you doing the research and you making a recommendation, the person who makes the decision in regards to the policy is the commissioner at the time that signs it.
That is correct.
Okay. There is no vetting. There is no, I mean, you're vetting, but I mean, if a law goes through a House, goes through the Senate, goes to the governor, goes through debate, but there isn't any of that in regards to a policy when it boils down to it. The chief says it is or it isn't.
Aaron, I'm going to object to this question.
Right.
Here's the issue, Judge,
Okay,
that,
but you gotta ask it, you didn't, there was no question,
oh, I'm sorry, yes.
so you gotta make.
That didn't happen.
Question and answer.
Okay. This was not enacted into law, this policy, correct?
It was not debated by legislator, no.
And you do research, and you, as regards to coming up with policies, do research and things of that nature as to what would be a good policy and not be a good policy, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that's part of the accreditation process.
that is correct.
All right. And as part of that, how often do you review your policies?
When I was in that position, on a regular basis. Again, it's a 3-year cycle. There's certain policies that are implemented more often, pursuit policy being one of them. That's something that may occur on a regular basis. If an officer is involved in a pursuit, we do a meaningful review of that pursuit, which there's 4 things that we look at. The training, is there any training that needs to happen? Is there any equipment that could help us do this better? Was the pursuit within policy, and is there any recommended discipline? If there's any of that, we may change our policy for that. But if it was something that, is a rarely used policy, we may not look at it on a regular basis.
How many policies does the Warren Police Department have?
I'm guessing over 200.
There were 200 policies in regards to the operations of what?
Everything.
What do you mean by, give
Everything.
examples?
From our IT department, what their responsibilities are, uses of non-lethal force, use of force, jail operations, arrest procedures. I could go on and on.
Correct. There are multitude of policies, correct?
Yes.
And anything from where you should wear your badge to where you should check your vehicle at, to sick leave, to time off, anything of that nature, correct?
Again, is there a question?
I said, is that correct?
You
It is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit B.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
This is the pursuit driving policy that was put into effect on July 10th of 2024.
And it says procedure confidential document at the top, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And why is it marked as confidential?
Well, there's certain interest, security interest for the department, and if we were to say, just for instance, no pursuit shall go over 10 miles an hour, everyone would drive 11 miles an hour to get away from us. So we want to keep that information private.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, in introducing this, Mr. Newman and I are going to agree that this document should be admitted as an exhibit, but not put in any public file or any way released that it would be viewed by the public.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
People with that.
It's admitted with that caveat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain, what is the definition of a pursuit?
Pursuit is an officer's attempt to apprehend someone who is fleeing from some kind of lawful action.
Okay. You have a policy right in front of you.
I do.
Okay. What is a pursuit?
You want me to read it verbatim, sir?
Yes, please.
Pursuit means an active attempt by a police officer in an authorized emergency vehicle to apprehend one or more occupants of another moving vehicle when the driver of the fleeing vehicle is attempting to avoid apprehension by maintaining or increasing his/her speed or by ignoring the police officer's attempt to stop him or her. Would you like me to go?
No, you can stop there.
Okay.
So my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that a fleeing vehicle, as described in that pursuit policy, is a vehicle that an officer has attempted to stop, made their presence known, turned on their lights, tried to pull the vehicle over, and that vehicle flees.
That is correct.
Okay. Trying to catch up to a vehicle is not a pursuit, correct?
That is correct.
Now, the flock part that Mr. Newman asked you about in regards to that, that's on page 6 of 10.
Bullet point 6?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you read that part?
Any pursuit originating from a flock hit shall be treated as a moderate speed pursuit unless or until further confirmed information is available that would justify high speeds. For example, a mere felony hit without supporting information shall be governed as a moderate speed pursuit.
A felony flock hit without further information, correct?
That is correct.
So if the only thing that comes up is that flock hit, correct?
That is correct.
Do you take that in further information to be the totality of the circumstances that may be surrounding that vehicle?
Yes.
So if a briefing had taken place and officers were informed that there's a crew in the area operating ATM thefts between the hours of 3 to 5, the officers were briefed and were told that they're using Durangos or Jeeps, and that a Jeep flock hit came in, stolen vehicle, firearms in the car, that briefing occurred under the totality of the circumstances, would that be more information?
There would be more information.
High-speed response, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. Now, back to the front page, please. There is a very long paragraph above purpose.
The one that begins, this policy is for?
Yes, sir. If you could read that, please.
This policy is for internal use only and is not intended to enlarge an officer's civil or criminal liability in any way. It should not be construed as the creation of a higher level standard of safety or care in an evidentiary sense. With respect to third-party claims, the only legal duty of care is that which is imposed by law. Noncompliance herewith can be breach of an employment duty only, except insofar as such noncompliance is also in contravention of the law of the state of Michigan. As such, violations of this policy can only form the basis of disciplinary action within the department as provided by the agency's policy procedure, manual, and bargaining unit contract. In the event that a breach of the duties imposed by this policy also constitutes a breach of duty imposed by the law of the state of Michigan, nothing herein shall be construed to relieve one from liability for the breach of that legal duty.
Why is that paragraph in there?
Well, I guess the easiest way to say it, at the end of the day, state law is what governs how we respond.
You helped draft this, correct?
Yeah, the revisions. I didn't
revisions.
create the original document.
You didn't write that paragraph, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Is it the intention of that paragraph is that this policy shall not be used or considered for criminal level charges against an officer, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, officer, would state law trump the policy then?
Yes.
Okay. So an officer with the Warren Police Department has to know what the law is and abide by the law, just like any other citizen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You answered one question and you qualified it by saying possibly. What did you mean by that?
Which question?
When you were talking about more information, in the policy, in the Flockett policy, it says if you have more information, then the situation may change, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And you said, and I believe counsel asked you, would that justify using more than moderate speed? And what was your answer?
Possibly.
Okay. What do you mean by possibly?
Well, when it comes to moderate speed, high speed, a lot of that really depends on there's so many variables involved, right?
Sure.
What would be considered a moderate speed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon driving through 9 Mile and Van Dyke may be, or high speed at 9 and Van Dyke at 3 o'clock in the morning versus some moderate speed would be more appropriate in the afternoon, right?
Sure.
Road, traffic volume, pedestrian traffic, your nearest school, location obviously comes into play. Weather, there's so many different variables that have to be weighed. So you can't just take something based on one piece of information and make that decision.
Right. Okay. And how an officer decides to respond in terms of, well, let me rephrase that. When an officer's on duty, he has to use his discretion somewhat to determine how to respond to certain situations, correct?
Yes.
All right. With the understanding that there are laws in place also that govern what an officer can do and when an officer should do certain things, correct?
Correct.
I don't have any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. You may step down. Councilor Burke? All right, well, good news, we get to break a little early today. I think I have you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m., we will not be going to 6 tomorrow. I put us between 4 and 5, we'll see how things go. It will not be past 5, though.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Anything for the record before we break? Anybody?
Believe so?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.